Grateful.
Well, I'm so sorry. I've got to say my piece before we start. Apologies. With apologies to everybody at the back who's heard this umpteen times already. You may use any electronic mobile device you have to transmit silently to the outside world what you've seen and heard in the inquiry, but only 10 minutes after the event you're describing. You may not use your device for recording proceedings or for taking photographs. As you entered the hearing venue today, you were required to agree to an order restricting onward transmission or communication of information set out in the annex to the order which you were shown on coming into the hearing room. This information will not be published in the hearing transcript and won't be transmitted via the YouTube stream. If you've any problem with that order, then please ask a member of the inquiry staff who will do their best to help you. Thank you.
Thank you. HN90, good afternoon. Could I ask, we bring up UCPI 10220, and that's at C9 of the hard copy bundle. This is a report dated the 15th of November 1988, and at paragraph 2 we can see that it concerns a possible attack on a City of London anti-apartheid group, Picket. And it's right, is it not, HN90, that at that time CLAG was holding a continuous picket of the South African High Commission in London, is that correct?
That's correct.
And I think you told us a little earlier in the day that you came to get involved with CLAG as a way into the Revolutionary Communist Group.
That's correct.
For your benefit, page 35, paragraph 111, it's right that you accept that CLAG in itself was neither subversive nor involved in criminality.
That's correct, yes. Public order issues only.
Yes, so where I was about to ask you, what was the purpose of this sort of reporting?
It was public order in Trafalgar Square.
Isn't it fair to say that this vigil was a peaceful protest?
Generally it was, yes.
Would it not follow that had you not sought to use CLAG as a way into the RCG, that you'd have been unlikely to have reported on the group at all?
That's probably correct, yes.
Thank you. Can we look now at 09968, which is at C10 of the hard copy bundle? It's UCPI 09968. This is a report dated the 18th of November 1988. We can see from paragraph 2 that this report related to a lecture that was held or hosted by the Haldane Society of Socialist Lawyers. And I just want to just address the next two paragraphs, please, which read as follows. The main speaker for the evening was Albie Sachs. Sachs, a South African human rights activist living in Mozambique, was giving his first lecture since April, when he was severely injured by a bomb attached to his car. The perpetrators of this incident are believed to be members of South Africa's military intelligence department. After a lengthy introduction by an aged vice president of the Haldane Society, Jack Astor, Sachs spoke for an hour about his vision for a recognised democracy in South Africa. Although he said that he supported the African National Congress, of which he was a member, it was apparent that he wanted to see the whole of South African society restructured without violence. He was not looking for revenge or retribution against the exponents of the old society after any so-called restructuring. After his lecture, there was a period of questions which lasted about 45 minutes. It might be of interest to note that the 3 members of the City of London anti-apartheid group were present, namely Mike Russell, a person known as Privacy, and an unknown male. Jeffrey Bindman was also identified. Now, what was the intelligence or policing value of reporting on a lecture of this nature hosted by a Society of Socialist Lawyers?
Well, I went to the. I would have gone to the meeting as part of my chosen attendances, as it were, at political meetings. I would have, as a matter of course, reported on every single one of them. I've made out a fullish report there of what it was. On reflection, yes, that's probably too much, and my report really could well have been just that I attended, who was there, and what it was about. But sometimes I would report on things because I was sort of writing them out, if you like, of the extremist kind of thing. So it was putting a negative. Putting a negative in rather than them being positively involved with something like public order or subversion.
Would a way of achieving that would have been less intrusive would be not to report on what was going on at all?
Well, I would have reported my attendance there, simply because I was there and that's what I was there to do.
And what would have been the value of that?
Well, as I say, I think really it might come down that you might regard it as zero value at all. But at the time, this is what we would do at the end of a meeting: is we would write it up and report on it.
Jeffrey Bindman is a prominent lawyer. Was there any purpose of referring to his presence at this event?
No.
Is there any reason why can you remember why you included this detail?
Simply because it was, that's what I had learned at the meeting, and that's what I decided to report. On reflection, as you say, perhaps it should have been just one simple paragraph to say that I'd attended the meeting, and that was it.
We can see on the second page of that document that Mr. Bindman had a registry file held. Do you know why he was of particular interest to Special Branch?
I obviously remember him as being a partner, I think, in a law company that had represented well-known, shall we say, political causes. I think that's the best way. But that's all I knew. That's all I knew about him. As to why he had the file, I don't know.
When you say represented well-known political causes, do you mean defendants in criminal proceedings arising from political causes?
Yes, I think probably that would have been it, yeah.
And you'd probably agree with me that defendants are entitled to representation, is that right?
Oh, of course, yes.
I'll ask again, was there any real reason to report on Mr. Bindman?
No, not because of any particular stance within it. It was just simply he was there, and our practice at the time was the people that you recognised at meetings, you would report their presence there. That's all.
Could we now... Forgive me, I interrupted you.
No, sorry, I think it's a matter of the process of reporting at the time. If you went to a meeting, you submitted a meeting report. If you identified people there, you put their names in the report.
Just to pick up off that, because earlier you told us that your approach to intelligence reporting was to include anything that you believe to be of value. Is it actually the position that the approach was to record as much detail as could be remembered, regardless of value, for others to do with up the chain?
Possibly that might have been my approach within this report, was to report everything I could remember. It was fairly early in my deployment, I think. Yeah, so just a couple of months into my deployment, so I accept the criticism that perhaps that report was unnecessary.
Could we look at UCPI 30665, please, which is at B6 of the hard copy bundle? And this is a security service note for file dated the 18th of January 1989. And we can see from the first paragraph, it's a record of a meeting between the security service and the SDS DCI Martin Gray. And I just want to look, please, at page 2, paragraph 4, which says this. Gray surprised the security service by saying that they had decided that in the long run the RCG would be the wrong target for HN90. They determined on reflection to point him at the SWP and were thinking of Lambeth North as a suitable branch. They felt that the SWP was a target he could get his teeth into. The security service said that he was very happy with this decision. On the other hand, the SDS choice of target branch was more questionable. The security service reinforced the argument strongly. Gray chewed over the matter for a time, but there was no definite conclusion arrived at to the discussion. So that's a record from January 1989. Were you made aware, when were you made aware that you were to be directed away from the RCG and towards the SWP?
It would have been around about this time. I think it was probably towards the end of the year or into the new year.
End of 1988, beginning of 1989.
I think so. I do remember going to a meeting around about the Christmas time at Clag. So it would have been around the turn of the year, 88 into 89.
Was any reason given to you for this change in your deployment?
Well, I'd understood it that a gap had opened up with reporting on the SWP, and therefore I was redeployed for that reason.
Did you have any input into whether this change should occur, or was it solely a matter for your managers?
It was a matter for the managers, who later came to discuss with me, and who basically would have said, do you foresee any problems? I was consulted in that. I remember I foresaw nothing, and so I then moved from one target to another.
Were you aware that the security service was being appraised about your deployment?
Yes, I was, yes.
How were you aware?
Discussions with the managers.
Does it follow that your managers spoke to you about the fact that they were sharing information about you with the security service?
Yes, that would follow, yes.
Were you aware or made aware that the security service had an opinion about which branch of the SWP you should have been targeted at?
Yes, I think I was aware.
Again, is that something that information you got from talking to your managers or by other means?
It was all part of that one conversation.
Can we just look, please, at page 3 of that document, paragraph 7, which says, Gray asked about our interest in SWP Party Centre. When Gray queried When Gray queried whether the security service would be interested in seeing a UCO gained access to the centre, the security service responded positively. The security service suggested that such access may prove of a particular importance if it could be obtained in a particular way. Gray replied that this might be possible in the future. The security service commented that in the interest of gaining centre access, the security service would be happy to help pay to facilitate this. It's a gist of the underlying text, just for your understanding. Were you ever made aware that the security service was interested in the possibility of access being gained to the SWP party centre?
I think I was generally aware of it, but not as a result of this conversation.
Can you recollect how you became aware?
Again, it would have been through discussions with managers.
Were you ever tasked to gain access to the party centre?
No, I wasn't.
Were you ever made aware that the security service had offered to assist in funding access or for funding the facilitation of access?
Yeah, I don't recall that, no.
UCPI 30666, please, which is at B7 of the hard copy bundle. So it should be UCPI 30666. Thank you. This is a security service loose minute dated the 26th of January 1989. Document is headed SDS coverage of SWP targets, and we can see top right corner of that document there's a manuscript note there that's a top and tailed version given to the STS. You see that?
Yes, I do.
So it seems that, or at least it's recorded that some sort of version of that note filtered its way back to the SDS. Could we have a look at the very last paragraph on that page, both unhelpfully marked paragraph 7, but it's the last one. It says this: direct access to SWP headquarters and the party's computer is of prime importance in our study of the SWP. Membership is centrally recorded and all details stored, we believe, on computer. Were you ever requested to gain access to the SWP computer or SWP membership records?
No, no.
Was it ever suggested to you that that might be a direction you might be asked to take?
No, I don't recall being tasked or hinted at it, even.
Yes or no, please. Were you ever made aware of the security service interest in gaining access to those records?
Can I ask a question? Do you mean computer records?
Let's break it down. First of all, were you ever made of the security service's interest in gaining access to the computer?
No, I wasn't made aware.
Were you ever made aware of any interest of gaining access to membership records?
Membership lists is what I would say. Branches would have membership lists.
Now,
and
you
obviously,
say branches. What do you mean by that? You mean local branches?
the local individual branches, yeah.
And that was something you were interested in accessing, was it?
Yes, they were.
Next, please, UCPI 30667, which is at B8 of the hard copy bundle. This is a security service note for file dated the 6th of February 1989. I can see from the first paragraph it's a record of a meeting between the security service and the STS manager DCI Gray. And I just want to take you to paragraph 4, beginning from HN90. It says, HN90 was definitely being put into the SWP, said Gray, but not as we had hoped into Lewisham. After much discussion, STS management had decided that in the short term, at least, they wanted to start him off in Lambeth. F4 expressed mild disappointment. He suggested that perhaps after a time, HN90 could be moved across in the direction desired by F2, and Gray commented that this was a distinct possibility. Were you made aware that the security service was keen for you to be directed into a different branch of the SWP?
Yes, I was aware of that.
being careful about names, are you able to recollect how you became aware?
Through through a manager at SDS. Please. Yes, it's HN 109 again.
And did you have any input as to where you were going to be directed at that time?
I don't recall, so no. The branch was suggested to me. Not Lewisham, sorry, that's the branch I went to. Yes. And I learned of the Lewisham connection sometime after I'd already started to work in another branch. It was a comment in passing.
UCPI 21856, please, which is at B23 of the hard copy bundle. UCPI 21856. Thank you. This is a security service note for file dated the 27th of February 1990. And we can see from paragraph 1, it's a record of a meeting between the security service and SDS managers DCI Gray and DIHN 109. And I just want to take you, please, to the second page, page 2, paragraphs F and G, which read HN90 SWP Lambeth. And I think Lambeth was the group you were in at the time, is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
HN 109 had telephoned me on the 15th of February asking for our views on the value of retargeting HN90 into the SWP South West London branch from Lambeth. He said HN90 had virtually sucked Lambeth dry, and there was an opportunity for retargeting him. Having consulted, I was able to give Gray and HN 109 the following information. However, that was not to say that if SDS felt it would be useful from their point of view to retarget into that branch, it would be very willing to give them. HN 109 saw the advantage of keeping HN90 active, and in particular giving them an entree into SWSS activities. I think that means Socialist Worker Student Society, is that right?
That's correct.
Thank you. Through Kingston Polytechnic, SDS were concerned to have knowledge of SWSS, the SWP student wing. We left it that SDS will contact me if they wish to take up the offer. And then under the heading General Targeting, they viewed the SWP as their bread and butter in public order terms. Therefore, they always like to have at least a couple of SWP SDS sources. Now, just starting with some of the language in that document, do you know what was meant when it was suggested that you had you'd sucked Lambeth dry?
I think that would have been a reference to its membership. Who were the activists, most active people within the membership of that branch, and obviously with time. I've probably got a very good understanding of what that particular branch was about and who were the people of importance there. I think that's probably, and there was probably little more that I could get out at that time because I was basically up to date.
What was your position in Lambeth SWP at that time?
I had no executive position. I was just simply a member of the branch.
How were you able to exhaust the possibility of gaining any more useful information without having a position of prominence within that branch?
the branches were not especially large, so you did get to know people through attendance at the meetings, the usual sort of social contact after the meetings, activities such as talked about before, fly posting. There used to be other regular activities like Saturday morning paper sales. So you got to know people and you got to know the branch through being, if you like, one of the worker bees within it.
Whose suggestion or idea was it that you try to move into a different branch, into the South West London branch?
That suggestion was mine.
And why did you make that suggestion?
Because I felt that by going down to another branch, I would, if you like, start intelligence collecting afresh in a new branch, as it were, and that the information provided there to the security service would be of value. I wouldn't lose anything on the public order front.
Were you aware, well, just pause there a moment, actually, picking up on what you've just said, why did you not think you'd lose anything on the public order front?
Because the branches generally are coordinated by the centre, by SWP Centre. So what will go out to one branch will probably go out to all of them, unless it's a very local activity. In this case, the Kingston Polytechnic was something that I may have got some insight into by being a member of the South West London branch.
Were you aware that your managers may discuss your proposal of moving with the security service?
No, I wasn't.
Did you come to learn that they'd discussed it with the security service?
I can't remember. I really can't remember if and when a discussion would have taken place.
Does it follow, however, from what you've told us, that you had some say or input into your targeting whilst you're deployed into the SWP?
Yes, that's true.
Do you know what was meant by the expression the STS viewing the SWP as their bread and butter in public order terms?
I think the SDS regarded, because it was one of the largest of the what we thought were, what we regarded as subversive and having revolutionary politics, the SWP probably was the largest. It was quite well coordinated, and very often when there were public order issues and problems, the SWP quite often had some connection to it. So by understanding what the SWP was up to may give you a good indication as to whether or not a demonstration was intended to be peaceful, well attended, or turn out in large numbers.
We'll have a look via some other documents in due course at the SWP and public order. But could we look now, please, at UCPI 18315, which is at B24 of the hard copy bundle. This is another security service file note, this time dated the 14th of March 1990. We can see from the head of the document, this is a record of a meeting between the security service and DCI Grey and DIHN 109. I just want to look at with you, please, at the second page, paragraph 2D, which reads, HN90, SDS confirmed that they plan to move HN90 from Lambeth SWP branch to the South West London branch. The latter is in the area where he lives, so there should be no difficulty. I repeated my offer of a list of known branch members in the new target if they wish to ask for it. Does it follow then from what you've just told us and what we can see recorded in that document that on this occasion your suggestion as to where you should be targeted was accepted by your managers and was put into effect?
Yes, that's correct.
How much influence would you say you had on your own targeting or tasking?
Well, on this particular case, I had an explanation as to why I thought it would be a good idea to move. Explained that through, and I think they accepted that as a good advancement for the coverage of that organisation.
Across your deployment, so looking back at the entire time that you were in the field, how much influence would you say you had across the piece?
I would say probably this is the significant one. The rest of the time, I took my guidance from my managers as to where I should go. Well, it wasn't guidance, it was my instruction.
Did you ever receive a list of known branch members within your new target?
I don't recall that, no. No. Can I also say the latter is in the area where he lives, so there should be no difficulty. I don't understand what that sentence means.
I see.
Because I don't live anywhere near there.
No. Did your managers ever make you aware that the security service had offered to provide such a list? Can you remember?
I can't remember that, no.
To what extent were you aware that the security service was appraised as to your targeting and progress in the SWP?
Yes, I was aware of that.
And how did you become aware of that?
Well, a myriad of things, really. I mean, I think it was because, the security service was one of our main customers. So it was the public order aspect, but it was also the subversive aspect of the security service. So I knew that consultation was quite regular.
To what extent were you made aware of the security service's preferences on the direction that you were taking?
At this point, with regards to the Southwest London, I don't recall having any feedback at all about the security service preference.
What about across your deployment? Were their preferences ever communicated to you by your managers?
Yes, in passing later, referring back to the Lewisham issue, that was something I learned about later, but not during the time that the discussions were taking place.
Aside from this example, were you ever made aware of any other offers of assistance by the security service to you to assist you in your deployment?
No, I don't recall any.
Now, is it right that your SWP infiltration started at Lambeth South,
That's correct.
proceeded to Southwest London, sometimes known as Tooting and Merton? Is that
That's
right?
correct.
Then there was a time in Kingston where a new branch was being established, is that right?
Established would be an attempt was made, but
Right.
it was fruit. It was no fruit. It wasn't worth
I'm
continuing.
going to explore that with you in due course, all right?
Okay.
And then back to Southwest London, is that right? After that?
Yes, I
That-
think
And I think you finished in Lambeth North, is that correct?
that's correct.
Now, throughout your infiltration of the SWP, did you remain at branch level or did you escalate to party headquarters at any stage or central level at any stage?
No.
What was there a reason that your deployment focused on branch level infiltrations?
I wasn't aware of any specific reason. No, I think it was the way of covering the organisation was done by covering at branch level, several places at the same time.
Was there any reason why you moved around branches? I mean, we know that in terms of Lambeth South, you took the view that you'd gotten all you could out of that. Was there any other reason for moving around branches?
It was getting to know as many people within the organisation, making their acquaintance as possible,
To what end?
so that I had a better understanding of the organisation, but also the people who were the activists within it.
And how did you consider that getting to know those activists was going to assist you in either counter-subversion or maintaining public order?
I think on the public order side, if you knew that certain people were going to turn up or were involved with the organisation of a demonstration, then you had an idea as to the importance that the SWP placed upon attending in numbers. But there were some people who were, shall we say, often seen as the ones to foment disorder at the large events. And so if person X was turning up, then and there were a large number of people going to be there, then person X would probably be at a point where they would be promoting disorder.
Could we please look now at UCPI 10087? I think this is a document we've already seen. 10087. Should be C79 of the hard copy bundle. This is a report dated the 18th of April 1990, where we can see that information was provided in relation to a contact list. Is that right?
Yes, they would be contact lists, I think I'm referring to there.
How were you able to access information of this nature?
Well, they were often drawn up by my own collection, and occasionally, when you would be given a list of people that we were actually looking towards recruiting, such as people in educational establishments or whatever.
When you say drawn up, was that overtly as part of being a member of the SWP or covertly?
The list, no, overtly, this would be an SWP list of people that they wanted into the organisation.
Can we go now to UCPI 10094, which should be at C82 of the hard copy bundle? And this is a report dated the 4th of May 1990. And at paragraph 2, we can see that it relates to a public meeting of the SWP aimed at creating a new branch at Kingston. I'll just read it. The Socialist Workers' Party held a public meeting at the Bull and Bush Public House, Washington Road, Kingston upon Thames, Surrey, at 8 p.m. on Wednesday, the 2nd of May 1990. It was the first of a series which is aimed at creating a new SWP branch at Kingston. It's anticipated that there will be another 2 meetings over the next few months, after which the feasibility of a new branch will be discussed. The work involved is the responsibility of the party's South West London branch and Conor Costick, the SWP South London organiser. So it seems from that document, or what you recorded in that document, was that the establishment of the Kingston branch was the responsibility of the South West London branch. Is that right?
That's correct, yeah.
And South West London was the branch that you were involved in at the time. Is that correct?
That's correct, yeah.
Next, please, UCPI 10103, which is at C87 of the hard copy bundle. This is a report dated the 19th of June 1990, again relating to this new branch at Kingston. Reads as follows. During the week ending 17th of June 1990, members of the Socialist Workers' Party formed a new branch at Kingston upon Thames, Surrey. The core of the branch, currently 11 persons, have come from the party's South West London branch, which will act as a parent to assist the Kingston branch where necessary in its formative stage. Weekly meetings will be held at 8 p.m. on Wednesdays at the Bull and Bush Public House, Washington Road, Kingston. This venue was chosen mainly because it is on the Cambridge estate, a large council estate from where it is hoped people will be attracted to the meetings. And then please, does that support that there were attempts to establish a new branch at Kingston?
There were attempts, yes.
Can we then go to 10108, please, which is at C89, the hard copy bundle? And this is a report dated the 6th of July, 1990. It's about the SWP's recruitment campaign, and paragraph 2, I won't read all of it, but it says this: the Socialist Workers' Party is generally still in high spirits regarding its recruitment campaign. There's still a steady flow of people joining the party, although it is not at the same level as in spring of this year. New branches are still being formed, and many existing branches are experiencing an increase in casual attenders at public meetings. For example, attendance at Kingston branch meetings has increased from about 11 persons when the branch was formed about a month ago to just over 20. So we can see you recording an increase in numbers in relation to Kingston. Is that right?
Yes, but it was very transitory. It didn't last long.
No. UCPI 27599, please. That's at B27 of the hard copy bundle. And this is a security service note for file dated the 19th of July 1990. You can see from the head of the document it's a record of a meeting between the security service and the STS manager known as DIHN86. And over at page 2, please, paragraph 7, under the heading HN90, it says his new branch is Tooting since his transfer from Lambeth, but he is also helping set up a small branch in Kingston. Do you see that?
Yes.
To what extent were you involved in the setting up of a branch of the SWP at Kingston?
It was really very much just in attendance, selling newspapers, delivering flyers. I also remember doing some fly posting down there. So it's all those low-level activities.
But did you appreciate that that was with a view to establishing a new branch?
Yes.
And was that something you were asked to do or volunteered to do?
I think it would have been a combination of the two. You know, I don't know which came first, but I was certainly asked to help out, but I think I may have volunteered first, I'm not sure.
And is it fair to say that one of the reasons for establishing a new branch is to increase, or was to increase interest and increase the membership of the group?
Yes.
Can we look now at UCPI 10140, please, which is at C96 of the hard copy bundle. And this is an intelligence report dated the 11th of September 1990. It's again about the Kingston branch. Tells us the Kingston upon Thames branch of the Socialist Workers' Party currently consists of the following, and gives us 12 names redacted for privacy. Although the branch has some 70 contacts, brackets persons in the area who've shown some interest in the SWP to some degree, however small, the following people maintain a close contact and might become party members in the future. Gives some names and details there. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
And does that report accord with what you've just told us, that part of the reason for establishing a new branch is to increase membership, increase numbers, generate interest in the group?
Yes, that would be true.
Now, I won't take you to the relevant report unless you want to see it, but I think it's right that the Kingston branch ultimately didn't take off, did it?
No, it didn't.
And closed in around January 1991, is that right?
Yes, somewhere around there. But that really is a long time ago. I can't really remember.
well,
It lasted a matter of months, that's all.
Let's help you, to be fair, then. UCPI 19780, which is at C115 of the hard copy bundle. You can see that's a report dated
Oh, right.
8th January 1991, and the opening paragraph on Wednesday the 2nd of January 1991, the Socialist Workers' Party closed its Kingston branch in Kingston upon Thames. Do you see that?
Yes, got it.
And you're reporting that the in the next paragraph that the group failed to grow as expected. Do you see that?
Yes.
All right. Just want to go back in time a little bit, please, to May 1990. This is UCPI 10095. It should be at C83 of the hard copy bundle. And this is a report dated the 10th of May 1990, which deals with a meeting of several branches of the SWP to encourage a recruitment drive. Just want to take you to paragraph 3, please, which begins, Cliff, that's Tony Cliff, who was a prominent individual within the SWP. I think that's right, isn't it?
Yes.
He spoke for about 45 minutes on the changing fortunes of the party. His speech was an update on a very similar one given by him at the party's Skegness rally in April. Nationally, the SWP is enjoying a rapid increase in membership, which started in March, and as yet has shown no signs of abating. A number of new branches are in the process of being formed, both in and out of London. Party membership has increased by 400 over the last 5 weeks, an increase not seen since the early 1970s. He gave specific examples, such as the Huddersfield branch increasing from 7 to 15 members, with another 5 non-members regularly attending. An exploratory meeting at Kingston upon Thames was able to attract about 17 non-members. Do you see that?
I do.
Just give me a moment, please. Does it follow from what we've seen that you had a role in seeking to establish the branch at Kingston?
Yes, I did. Yes.
And does it follow from that you had a role in assisting the group to attract further interests and new members?
Yes.
How did the potential to increase the SWP's numbers align with what you were trying to achieve in the field?
I wasn't obviously the one that suggested forming a branch, shall we say, at Kingston. It was going to happen anyway. And so what I was trying to do was to, if you like, watch what was going on and report back about the SWP membership.
I understand what you're saying, but you did more than watch. You, as you told us earlier, you put up posters, you attended meetings.
Yes, that's right.
So it's right that to some extent, is it not, you facilitated the setting up of this branch, however small your role may have been. You had a role, is that right?
Yes, I did, yes.
And that the aim was to increase interest and increase membership in a group that you would say at the time was subversive and a public order concern. Is that right?
Yes, yes.
How did that align with what the STS was trying to achieve?
Well, I didn't see that the STS was trying to achieve a shutdown of political organisations, but more to monitor what was going on and to report back.
There's a distinction between monitoring, though, and facilitating the growth of a group. Is that a fair observation?
Yes, it is.
And is it, I think you've accepted, but is it fair to say that you accept that on this occasion you were involved in facilitating or attempting to facilitate the growth of the group?
Yes, I was, but my contribution would have made no difference to whether that group would have carried out that activity at Kingston or not.
Might be a modest position, because groups like that relied on people like you to put up posters and attend meetings and engage in those sorts of matters. Isn't that right?
Yes, yes.
Yeah. Can we look at public order, please, in the context of the SWP? And the next document I'd like you to look at is UCPI 30304, which is at C137 of the hard copy bundle. And this is a report dated the 13th of December 1991. You can see that's attributed to you, HN122, another STS UCO, and other sources. And it's a report that deals with a demonstration against Jean-Marie Le Pen, who was a French right-wing politician. That demonstration being outside a central London hotel where Mr. Le Pen was attending an event. And I just want to read some of this report out, please, starting at paragraph 3. It says, a number of left-wing organisations were represented in the crowd that gathered in the forecourt of the hotel and adjacent railway station. These included the Socialist Workers' Party, the Revolutionary Communist Party, Socialist Outlook and Anti-Racist Alliance. By 8:30 p.m, what had been a vociferous crowd from the start became disorderly. After staging a sit-down in the Strand itself, the protesters made their way down to Trafalgar Square, causing predictable travel chaos, arriving back at the hotel about 9:30 p.m. By this time, several of their number had been arrested. And there being no sign of Le Pen, SWP members were urged to make their way to Southwark Park Road, SE16, the following morning, as it was rumoured that Le Pen would try to do a walkabout. They dispersed. The RCP presence on the evening was restricted to 2 branches, about 40 members who confined their action to selling papers and took no part in the disorderly march around Trafalgar Square. The apparent low profile taken by the police on this occasion appeared to encourage the SWP organisers to escalate the disorder in a crowd already angered by what they saw to be fascist provocation. It is estimated that SWP members and supporters numbered about 300 and represented perhaps a third of the total number present. Their organisers were able to influence the entire crowd, mainly because of the very limited presence of police on this occasion, a factor which undoubtedly gave them Dutch courage. Now, were you present, can you recollect, at that demonstration?
I believe I was, yes. I was present.
Can you remember what you saw or heard that gave rise to the observations that you recorded in paragraph 6? In other words, encouragement, forgive me, the SWP organisers seeking to escalate disorder. Can you remember what you saw or heard that made you note that down?
Not specifically in relation to this event, no, I can't remember.
Can you remember what sort of disorder occurred at that event?
It would have been a non-cooperation with police, moving in direction to Trafalgar Square, causing traffic chaos, bringing just general unruliness to the event.
So we're not.
But I can't specifically remember that particular event.
We're not talking violence or rioting or anything like that.
No.
All right.
Not that I recall.
Can you remember how you participated in this event?
I was simply there. I wouldn't have taken part in any of the pushing and the shoving, you know, against police lines, that sort of thing, if that was indeed took place. But, you know, my aim, obviously, as well, was to avoid arrest. So I wasn't going to put myself in any position where people would start to say, oh, agent provocateur, or, you know, actually involved in the disorder itself. I had to make sure I was detached from that.
Were any of the organisers that are recorded to have been involved in escalating disorder, were any of them people you associated with?
I can't remember.
Can you remember how you responded to efforts to try and escalate the situation?
Well, I simply wouldn't have done so.
You wouldn't have done anything?
Well, I wouldn't have done anything to escalate the situation.
No, but what about others' efforts to try and escalate it? Would you have tried to talk people out of it or calm them down or anything like that?
Not that I can remember, no.
Is there a reason why you wouldn't?
Well, it's just, well, first of all, you will show out and you'll compromise yourself if you start doing something like that, where clearly the rest of those gathered are intent on something else. I think possibly my attempts would have been futile anyway. And obviously, you know, I would have wanted not to have drawn attention to myself in that way to the organisation.
Could we now look at UCPI 10229, which is at C43 of the hard copy bundle? And this is a report dated the 15th of August 1989 about the Time to Go march. I'm just going to look at paragraphs 2 and 3. It says, on the 12th of August 1989, the Socialist Workers' Party took part in the Time to Go march and carnival in North London. Now, just pausing there, was Time to Go a march promoting the removal of British troops from Northern Ireland?
I believe so.
Now, from approximately 10:30 a.m, demonstrators began arriving at Whittington Park, Holloway Road, N19 for the march. After a short rally, the march, consisting of several thousand demonstrators, set off at approximately 1 p.m. for the carnival at Finsbury Park. The march was good-humoured and orderly. As far as the majority of SWP members were concerned, it was understood that the party had called for a mobilisation of London branches, and that it was not a national call-out. In the event, there were a considerable number of non-London SWP branches represented, some from as far as Edinburgh. It's not known how many SWP members attended, since many members marched under their workplace union banners. But several thousand attendees you reported. And would you agree that's not an insignificant number?
It's not an insignificant number, no. I don't recall anything about this event, I'm afraid.
All right. Just want to look at another couple of events, and then we'll move on. UCPI 10144. That's at C98 of the hard copy bundle. This is a report dated the 17th of September 1990 in relation to a Stop the War in the Gulf demonstration. And paragraph 2 states that on Saturday the 15th of September 1990, the Socialist Workers' Party took part in a demonstration in central London organised by the Committee to Stop War in the Gulf. The SWP Central Committee had called for party branches nationwide to attend, but on the day only about 6,000 to 7,000 members, 600 to 700 members, supported the event. There was no intention of either causing disorder or taking control of the march from the CSWG. Do you see that?
Yes, I've got it.
And then just one more example, please. UCPI 19905, which should be at C146 of the hard copy bundle. This is a report attributed to you, HN78 and other sources dated the 23rd of January 1992. And it relates to an anti-asylum bill demonstration in central London. And I just want to look at what it says at paragraph 6 at page 2. This happy state of affairs was marred only but briefly by a minor incident of disorder at the northern end of Park Lane, where a small group of National Front supporters, numbering only about half a dozen, had congregated outside the Grosvenor Hotel on the east side of Park Lane. Securing the knowledge that a detachment of the territorial support group were in the immediate vicinity, these right-wing supporters shouted obscenities and displayed the Union Jack, flag and NF publications to taunt the marchers. This succeeded in provoking a number of the latter into crossing the central reservation in a half-hearted attack to the obvious dismay of some members of Red Action and DAM, so that's a direct action movement. The situation was quickly diffused by police. In fact, SWP organisers themselves had been urging the marchers to continue and not render themselves liable to arrest, thus conforming with their policy of opposing fascism and racism as national issues rather than targeting individuals. And just want to focus in on what the SWP was doing, all right? Not what any other group was doing, but what the SWP was doing. And it seems from what you were reporting there is that the SWP organisers were in effect encouraging its members and adherents not to engage in any disorder or anything like that. Is that a fair summary?
Yes, I don't remember the event, but that's a fair summary of what I've said, yes.
Does it follow from those examples that it's fair to say that the SWP was not a group that was consistently troublesome or consistently attracted trouble at larger scale events or events in central London, that sort of thing?
Yes, they weren't always, at some events they were there and they were happy to be involved in disorder, but it was mainly in relation to the police more than anyone else. Whereas this one I've reported on here at Park Lane seems to be the SWP didn't like to get into confrontation with extreme right wing, shall we say.
Would you forgive me? I interrupted you. Sorry.
Sorry. So I'm sort of talking. They didn't want to get often involved with the thuggery that we sometimes saw, between football hooligans by individuals. And yes, it's true that at certain events they didn't want to get involved in trouble at all. Full stop.
Would you accept that amongst those examples we can see positive efforts to dissuade from disorder or diffuse disorder?
Yes, that would be fair.
And does it follow from that it was a group that didn't with any regularity or consistency promote or attract or involve himself in disorder? It wasn't something... SWP and disorder didn't come hand in hand?
No, not at all.
Right. Could we look at, just bear with me please, UCPI 10087. Forgive me, this is a document we've already seen. It's at C79 of the hard copy bundle, 10087. I'm just moving on to another topic related to the SWP. And we're back to the contact list that you gave evidence about a little while ago. What was the purpose of providing details of people who were not at that stage involved with the SWP?
Simply because they might be at a later stage, and obviously identification would have been easier with past information.
Did you not consider it overly intrusive to report details of members of the public who were not involved in the target group?
At the time, no, I didn't.
Looking back, would you accept that that is overly intrusive?
I think now with the way things have changed over sort of 40 years, then yes, probably there's less of an appetite to get involved in reporting that sort of stuff. But at the time, it was considered all useful grist to the mill, as it were.
But by less of an appetite, isn't the reality that these were people who weren't involved in the group at the time?
No.
Isn't the reality that there was really no business in recording their details, whether we're talking about now or then?
Well, I think then there was. Otherwise, I think my report would have been sent back to me and said, this is what we don't do.
But what was the necessity of reporting the details of these individuals?
It was information that possibly might be useful at a later stage.
So just to pick up on your wording, what is the height of the value, the possibility of this information being of use at some point and no higher?
Some of them would have joined and become members. Some of them may have become prominent members. How many of them? Probably only, one or two, if at all. But at that time, that's what the reporting. That's how we reported on these events, and individuals that came to our notice in that way.
Now, I think you explain in your witness statement for your assistance, it's at page 16, paragraph 55, that whilst deployed into the SWP, that one of the jobs you undertook was picking up copies of the SWP newspaper from Surbiton Railway Station for South London and the eventually defunct Kingston branches to sell on. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct, yeah.
And you drop them off to the relevant organisers' homes each week?
Yes, that was it, or took them to the meetings, yeah.
And I think you also say that you gave frequent lifts to a female activist who lived on the route to one of your regular meetings. Is that right?
That's correct, yeah.
All right. And did you ever visit anybody's homes whilst undertaking these tasks?
Yes, I think it's in the order of about 3 or 4.
Can you remember for what reason you'd go into somebody's private home?
On one occasion it was literally to repair a punctured bicycle tyre. On another occasion somebody invited me in while I waited and he pulled all his papers together and we went off. On another occasion I was giving somebody a lift somewhere on a long distance journey. So again I was invited in for a cup of tea while he packed his bag.
Did you consider entering the homes of your targets to be intrusive?
No, I didn't.
And in hindsight?
No, I don't.
Were you not able to make your excuses and find a way of avoiding having to go into their homes?
On these 3 occasions I didn't see that was necessary.
Why didn't you think it was intrusive?
The people had invited me into their homes. Yes, all right, they didn't know I was a police officer.
No, they didn't know who you really were, did they?
They didn't, no.
No. So just thinking about it, just bearing that in mind, in hindsight, intrusive or not?
I don't think so.
how would you feel if somebody who wasn't who they said they were come into your house and had a cup of tea?
Well, the circumstances haven't arisen, so you're asking me now. I can't see why anyone would want to come into my house, without knowing what I was. Yes, probably. Yes, I would think I'd probably be, I wouldn't say aggrieved, but I'd be especially curious as to what on earth was going on, I think.
Did you ever give any thought to the propriety of giving frequent lifts to the particular female activists that you used to take to and from meetings?
Yes, that's right, yeah.
Did you give any thought as to whether that arrangement risks you becoming too close to her? I'm not suggesting in an amorous way, but in a way that may have become intrusive.
No, I didn't. I didn't think so. No.
Because presumably, but don't let me put words in your mouth, but presumably when you're driving an associate back and forth, you would chat.
Yes, yes.
You would discuss things about your lives.
Yes.
Did you not consider that to be overly intrusive?
I didn't, no.
Why not?
I had a job to do, and getting to know people was part of that job.
From your recollection, did that individual ever discuss matters of a private or personal nature with you, such as family or work or anything like that?
Yes, work. Family, I don't recall. All of the people that are coming to my mind were all unmarried, didn't have families. But work, certainly people did talk about their work in the same way that I talked about the work that I had as my cover. It's part of normal, I saw it as part of normal conversation.
Can I ask you next about your trip to Skegness? And can we start, please, at MPS 0723156, which is at B2 of the hard copy bundle. Now, these are the diary notes of HN51 Martin Gray, who was, I think, the SDS Detective Chief Inspector in 1990. And if we could go to page 4, please, we can see for the entries about centre of the page, April 1990, Friday the 13th, HN90, OMPD. Does that mean outside the Metropolitan Police District?
That's correct.
All right. OMPD to Skegness to 15th of April. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
And if we go to UCPI 10088, that's C80. C80 of the hard copy bundle, UCPI 10088. I'm not going to go through this report in any detail, but we can see it's dated the 24th of April 1990, and paragraph 2, it addresses the SWP's annual Easter rally at the Skegness Sands holiday camp over the weekend of Friday the 30th of May through to Monday the 16th of April 1990. Did you see that?
Yes.
And does it follow that you went to the rally at Skegness?
Yes, I did.
What was the purpose of attending the rally?
Well, it was my deployment as a member of the Socialist Workers' Party.
Did you discuss attendance with your managers?
Oh, yes.
Did they agree to your attending?
Yes.
Did you maintain contact with the SDS office or your managers whilst you were at the rally?
I don't remember. I imagine I probably would have done. Bear in mind everything was public telephones at that time, no mobile phones, etc. I'm pretty certain I would have found time to report back, yes.
So calling from a public phone. Within the estate where the rally was taking place, or would you have to find somewhere outside of the holiday camp?
Somewhere more discreet.
And I think you tell us, it's at page 16, paragraph 55, for your assistance of your witness statement. You tell us that you drove at least one activist up to Skegness.
That's correct.
Can you remember if it was one or more than one?
No, I can remember it was one person, yeah.
Male or female?
Male.
And you also say in your witness statement that you're one of 4 people, this is at paragraph 49, page 14, one of 4 people who rented a caravan which was a little distance from the main conference venue. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Was the group staying in the caravan, was it all men or mix of men and women?
It was a mix.
Can you remember how many men, how many women?
I seem to recall it was 2 men, 2 women.
How many beds did the caravan have? Do you remember?
I can't remember, but I was in a berth of my own.
So sleeping arrangements, you had your own bed, is that right?
Yes.
Were your managers aware of these accommodation arrangements?
I think they would have been. An full explanation of my arrangements would have been given, but I don't recall having that conversation.
Does it follow from that you can't assist me with what their attitude would have been to you sharing accommodation in this way?
Well, they weren't opposed to it, because obviously I wouldn't have done it.
Let's see. Did you not consider it an intrusion to spend time with others in a confined space like this?
No, I didn't.
Why not?
I just simply didn't see it as an intrusion.
This would have been somewhere where you were presumably changing, eating, drinking, doing ordinary things.
It was only sleeping arrangements that took place there, and as it happened on that occasion, only one other person stayed for one night. The others found friends, etc., that they met at conference and stayed at a more convenient location, namely on the site, as opposed to the caravan that I was in, which was possibly a mile or two away.
As far as you're aware, however, the plan was that 4 of you were going to share for the duration of the conference.
That's correct, yeah.
And you didn't see any difficulty in that?
I didn't, no.
Was there any reason why you didn't arrange accommodation just for yourself?
I don't recall. I think at the time it would have appeared extremely odd, because that's the way the branches operated. Everyone mucked into accommodation together, and to seek accommodation elsewhere would have made me stand out.
Were these others members of your branch, or were they?
Yes, members of the branch, yeah.
Did you consider the SWP to be a subversive group?
I did, yes.
Just want to take you to page 26. It's just for your benefit. Page 26, paragraph 143 of your witness statement.
Sorry, could you give me
Yes, of course. Page 46, and it's at paragraph 143, which should be right at the bottom.
Yeah.
I'm just going to read what you say there. You say the SWP was certainly subversive in its aims, although in hindsight it seems unlikely that it had the ability to bring about revolution and the destruction of the capitalist system. I do not believe it was unjustified, this is reference to your deployments, because if it had not been monitored, it would not have been possible to assess the potential threat to public order or the risk of subversion. There were public order concerns because of the numbers that the SWP could attract. or add to others' demonstrations. In my view, the SWP was not involved in criminality other than fly posting, although there were probably those among its membership who did engage in crime. Does that assessment of you by the group apply to how you perceived the SWP to be throughout the whole of the time that you were employed into the group?
Yes.
Just want to take you to something else you say, this time at paragraph 166, which is at page 52 of your witness statement.
Yeah.
Yes. Just right at the bottom of the page, you tell us none of the activity I witnessed whilst I was deployed as a UCO was directly subversive. Do you see that?
Yes. Yeah.
And then page 52 still, but this time paragraph 164. At the first sentence of that paragraph, I did not witness any violence to people or property firsthand while I was a UCO, and I certainly didn't participate in any. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
But we can see from your paragraphs 162 to 163, so that's pages 51 to 52 of your witness statement, you say you did witness some public disorder whilst you were deployed.
Yes.
What sort of public disorder did you see?
Well, it was basically, very often, it was the pushing and shoving and the failure to comply with police direction. And sometimes it was certain members of the SWP would incite others to do the same.
So limited, do I understand you correctly, limited to non-cooperation with the police?
Yes, and the degree of violence, if you like, is all sort of pushing and shoving, that sort of thing. I didn't see anyone assault a police officer in the way that the general public would perceive an assault, although technically, legally, it might be.
Does it follow from what you've said in your witness statement that in your assessment, your infiltration of the SWP was really only potentially justifiable on public order grounds?
At the time of my deployment?
At the time of your deployment?
I regarded it as two things. It was public order, and it was the interest of the security service in the organisation and its membership.
You say that, but you said that it seemed unlikely that the group had the ability to bring about revolution. Right. I'm reminded, in hindsight, it seemed unlikely that the SWP had the ability to bring about revolution and the destruction of the capitalist system. So looking back,
Yeah.
is the only justification that was available for this infiltration one on public order grounds?
Well, looking back, yes, but that wasn't my information, obviously, and my understanding and belief at the time.
All right. Well, we'll revisit public order in the SWP a little later when we look at some other documents, but I just want to move on now to some anti-poll tax activity that you reported on. And it's right that you provided intelligence in relation to anti-poll tax demonstrations and public events, is that right?
That's right.
And what was the reason for providing intelligence in relation to that?
Again, public order.
Could we look at UCPI 10199, please? UCPI 10199. It's at C36 of the hard copy bundle. And this is a report about a march and rally against the poll tax that was organised by the group Lambeth Against the Poll Tax. And at pages 2 and 3, just we can see mentions and identifications of individuals that were involved in in CLAG and Workers' Power. So I think we can see on page 2, we can see someone just below centre's got WP beside their name. It's Workers' Power, isn't it?
Yes, that's right.
And then over to the next page, Steve Masterson, WP.
Correct.
Underneath that, another name, WP.
Yeah.
And then just before the groups are listed, another name with a CLAG against his or her name, and then another name with Workers' Power against it.
Yeah.
And it's right that at this point of your deployment, you weren't involved any longer in CLAG or Workers' Power, and your deployment had been targeted against the SWP for some time. Is that right?
That's correct.
Why were you still reporting on the members of CLAG and Workers' Power when by this time your infiltration was focused on the SWP?
Because it gives more of an indication as to who were going to these demonstrations, which groups were being involved.
I think in your witness statement, and just to be fair to you, at page 34, paragraph 110, you make the comment that you say, I still recognise individuals and would report their presence at an event because it added something to the intelligence picture. However limited, it was all grist to the mill. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
Grist to the mill, I think, was an expression you used a few minutes ago.
I did, yes.
Yeah. How was a grist to the mill approach reconcilable with reporting information that you believe might have some value?
Well, the value, are we referring to my Lambeth against the poll tax report?
Yes, please.
In this context? The value in it was because we had, I wasn't just reporting on the SWP members there, but my report hopefully was indicating that certain individuals, one or two of them prominent from Workers' Power, so it was starting to give a broad brush approach, namely these are the organisations that are taking an interest in anti-poll tax activity. So it was more than just the SWP as my specific target. There was other collateral information, namely the attendance of Workers' Power and CLAG.
When you say, however limited, it was all grist to the mill, what did you mean when using the word limited?
I wasn't reporting in any depth here on Workers' Power or CLAG. It was just, as I say, it's just adding something else to it to say, look, these people have turned up. And if these people have turned up, people reading this report would say, oh, yes, OK, well, if Workers' Power are turning up, blah, 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 this cause of Lambeth against the poll tax is attracting a wide range of political activism. And later on, I think it was after this report, we saw considerable disorder down in Lambeth prior to the main poll tax riot in April.
Let's move on to that riot. Can we look at 10057, UCPI 10057? Which should be at C65 of the hard copy bundle. And that's a report dated the 13th of February 1990. And we can see from paragraph 2 it relates to an inaugural meeting of the London Anti-Poll Tax Federation. And just picking it up right at the end of paragraph 5, the report reads, the main task of LAPTF is at present to organise for a mass demonstration in central London on Saturday the 31st of March 1990. And that is the event, is it not, that became known as the poll tax riot of 1990 in central London?
That's correct.
All right. Can we then go to UCPI 10063, which is at C69 of the hard copy bundle, and that's dated, forgive me, it's a report dated the 23rd of February 1990, and we can see there, paragraph 2, it's confirmatory, is it not, that the poll tax march or anti-poll tax march had been organised to take place for the 31st of March in 1990, yep?
That's correct.
All right. So I'm going to remain on the poll tax riots, but a discrete topic within it. Is that a convenient moment?
Yes, certainly. We'll rise for 15 minutes.
Thank you. So I think we're absent representatives from the Commissioner's lawyers.
Past the time when they knew we were to start, so if they're absent, I'm afraid that's their lookout.
Very well. Thanks, Rachel. HN 90, just to assist you, two parts of your witness statement. The first is at page 27, paragraph 87. And the second, page 43, paragraph 133. You explain how the police had underestimated the number of people that were due to take part in the anti-poll tax demonstration of the 30th of March 1990. Is that right?
That's correct.
Now I just want to look at page 27, paragraph 87 with you. This reads as follows. On one occasion, DCI Martin Gray provided us with an MPS estimate that a poll tax protest would attract between 5,000 and 8,000 demonstrators, and he invited us to comment. While I've not been able to find a report on the subject in my witness pack, I know that a number of us instinctively felt that the estimate was far too low. Between us, we provided information that led to this estimate being revised upwards to somewhere in the order of 15,000 protesters, and I understand that this is the figure that the MPS planned to. As it was, even official estimates placed the actual attendance at over 40,000 demonstrators, while the MPS numbers were inadequate to police this number and avoid all trouble. The outcome would have been much worse if the original estimate had been relied on. Do you see that?
Yes.
And I think it's right there that you are referring to the demonstration of the 31st of March 1990.
That's correct.
Thank you. How did anti-poll tax activity feature, if at all, in your infiltration of the SWP?
The SWP was heavily involved in the whole issue, as were a whole myriad of other organisations. And so my placement within the SWP gave me insight into the events leading up to the poll tax riot, as we call it.
Now, you've told us that you and others provided a higher figure than the initial police estimates. Figure you reached was 15,000 due to attend.
15,000 was the revised
Yes.
thing. I said, personally, I said it was going to be as big as the CND demonstration of, forget how many years before.
I see. All right.
So my estimate was probably around 30,000 people.
All right. Well, I was going to come to that. So what I want you to focus on is not what anybody else was doing. So be careful as to names, fields of deployment, but what the information that you were getting as a result of your infiltration.
Yeah.
And how did you come to reach the figure that you did?
It was a broad estimation, or if you like, almost a guess. But I knew that by the interest that was being taken by all of the other groups located in the area that I was working in, that means the geographical area rather than political area, that Workers' Power, etc., City of London, Anti-Party, there were even small groups that sprung up solely for the purpose of protesting against the levy of the poll tax. And so I realised that the level of political activism within the communities, as well as the political organisations, was far, far higher than anything I had seen previously.
So you tell us your estimate 30,000, but does it follow from what you've said in your statement that the figure settled on by the SDS was in the region of 15,000?
That was the police,
The police.
i.e. special branch assessment came to 15,000.
I see. All right. Just going to look at another part of your witness statement now, which is at page 43, paragraph 133. Just bear with me, please. And it says there that it seems that the note dated the 23rd of May 1990, I'll take you to that note in due course, all right, refers to the reassessment of numbers attending a poll tax demonstration that was based on information from myself and other UCOs that I've referred to at paragraph 87 above. I would have based my assessment on what I knew of South London SWP's plans for the event, and others would have contributed from their group's perspectives. I've not seen a report that deals with this, but it could be that each of us responded to the initial assessment orally at an SDS meeting, and our debunking of it was passed on by telephone rather than it being put into a typed report. You make reference to official numbers or official estimates being over 40,000. Is it right that there are estimates that go far, far higher than that figure as well?
That's correct,
Yes.
yeah.
I mean, this was a massive demonstration.
Yeah.
Yeah.
40,000 was used because we knew that Trafalgar Square was full, and generally a full Trafalgar Square means 40,000 people.
All right. Does it follow then that, as it happened, the estimate that was settled upon by the Metropolitan Police, regardless of your input, remained an underestimate?
Yes, it did, yes.
Now, I just want to take you to the document that you refer to in your witness statement, which is MPS 0731639. 0731639, and that's at tab B2A of the hard copy bundle. And could we go to, well, I think there's a note that's, yes, go to page 15, please. Thank you. And this is a note dated the 23rd of May. And I'm just going to read, 33rd of May 1990, I'm just going to read some of this out. DCI, it's authored by Les Willingale, Acting Chief Superintendent. And it reads, DCI Gray's comprehensive report at 27A records yet another successful year for the SDS. 1989 saw a decrease in hostile demonstrations compared with the previous 12 months, but this year has seen a resurgence of political activity chiefly in opposition to the government's introduction of the community charge. This action came to a head on the 31st of March 1990 when 35,000 persons supported the National Anti-Poll Tax rally in central London, which degenerated into some of the most violent scenes ever witnessed in the capital. Whilst the level of violence on that day took everyone by surprise, the SDS nevertheless proved an invaluable source of information and enabled Special Branch to provide our uniformed colleagues with an accurate assessment of the numbers likely to take part and disposition of the groups involved. Subsequent to those events, the SDS has also illustrated its post-demonstration value by identifying from photographs 10 individuals committing offences during the rally. This surge of street activity has again highlighted the need for continued monitoring of extremist political organisations which pose a threat to the maintenance of law and order. Does it follow that given that the document says that 35,000 people supported the rally, and your evidence is that the figure that was reached by the police as an estimate in advance of the event was around 15,000. Does it follow that it was incorrect to state in that document that an accurate assessment of numbers likely to take part in the poll tax demonstration was provided?
Yes, according to the information that I've been working on, which is, I understood it to be 15,000, this figure 35,000. Obviously, the two things don't match.
Thank you. Could we now move on to another topic? I'm just going to look at a report at UCPI 10135, please, which is at C94 of the hard copy bundle. Thank you. Just forgive me, H&90, as I catch up. This is a report dated the 29th of August 1990, and it deals with, we can see it, paragraph 2, a member of the Kingston branch of the SWP, so that branch that didn't survive. I just want to read out what paragraph 2 says. Previously, a member of the Kingston branch of the Socialist Workers' Party claims that he's been called upon by the SWP solicitor, Privacy, to appear as a defence witness for a person, details unknown, charged in connection with the anti-poll tax riot at Trafalgar Square on the 31st of March 1990. Apparently, the person charged was identified by police from photographic evidence. On the photographs concerned supplied to the defence, Privacy was identified by the SWP. Can you remember what the circumstances were in which you came to obtain this information?
I don't remember writing that report, but the circumstances, I think this would have been, I'm guessing, but I think this would have been in conversation with somebody, a member of the branch who would have told me about this scenario. Is that what you're talking about, or are you referring to the process of identifying?
No, you've answered my question.
Yeah, okay.
What was the policing purpose of reporting that someone was potentially going to act as a witness for someone else in criminal proceedings?
It was the kind of things that we simply reported. We did report this kind of material.
Does this hark back to what you told us earlier in evidence about some of your reporting, particularly in the early days, including as much information as you could recollect and record?
That would be fair to say, yes, I think so.
In retrospect, would you agree that there was no value in reporting this sort of information?
Yes, I'd agree with that in hindsight.
What did you think would be done with intelligence of this nature?
Again, it would just provide information that solicitors are being engaged, but the SWP solicitor is being engaged in regard to people being charged from photographic evidence provided by the identifications done possibly by others, but by SDS officers in part.
Now, being careful with names, please, because this question may trespass on the identities of members of the public. Did you ever attend any meetings or take part in any discussions where lawyers were present and providing advice?
No, never.
At the time of your deployment, did you have any understanding of what was meant by the protection afforded by legal professional privilege?
Yes.
What was your understanding of what legal professional privilege involves?
That's the content of a conversation between a solicitor and his client was privileged information, and you know, any reporting of it was you know, subject to special treatment.
During your time on the SDS, did you receive any guidance or training on what legal professional privilege involved or was all about?
I think I would have got that early, before SDS.
Before SDS.
Yeah.
During your time on the SDS, did you receive any guidance or training on what to do if you found yourself in a situation where you became privy to information covered by legal professional privilege?
I don't recall any training, no.
And what about in advance of your time at the SDS?
As to what to do,
What to do, yeah.
I think I must have done, but I can't remember what it is, and I can't remember the content of it either.
During your time on the SDS, did you receive any guidance or training on whether it was appropriate to report information that was subject to legal professional privilege?
Well, I understand. I mean, this is I didn't take this as being subject to legal privilege. No. So I wasn't in that. You know, I was aware of what it was and that it was different. But I don't recall ever having been in that situation that I needed to ask and find out and say, right, what do I do here at this point? Obviously, I would have gone to my managers had I been in that scenario, so which I didn't regard this as, I'm sorry.
So had you been in a situation where you were privy to what you considered to be privileged information, is your evidence that you would have taken advice from your managers?
Yes, absolutely, yeah.
I appreciate that this is somewhat speculative, but would going to your managers involve disclosing the information that you were privy to?
I think I would have done, yes, to explain what I'd heard.
Can we now look at UCPI 19876, which is at C135 of the hard copy bundle? Give me a moment, please. This is a report dated the 30th of September 1991, and it relates to the Roland Adams family campaign. And I just want to look at what it says at paragraph 2, which is the trial of those accused of murdering Roland Adams, the young black man killed on the Thamesmead estate, London, earlier this year, begins on Monday the 7th of October 1991 at the Old Bailey. The Roland Adams family campaign has called for a picket of the court from 9:30 on that day. The Socialist Workers' Party has advertised this in both its weekly newspaper and its weekly letter to branch committees, namely party notes. However, the latter does not give any instructions or directives to SWP branches, which indicates that SWP attendance will be limited to a few members selling the party's newspapers. And just one other report, please, on this topic, UCPI 19915, which is C148 of the hard copy bundle. And this is a report dated the 14th of February 1992, relates to the Roland Adams family campaign, says, right at the bottom, says the Anti-Nazi League appears to be efficiently and enthusiastically organising support for the Roland Adams Family Campaign demonstration to march and demonstrate outside the BNP bookshop in Welling. On a local level, housing estates are being leafleted and fly posting to advertise the event. In the Battersea and Brixton areas, buses have been booked to take protesters to the event. The SWP, the main drive behind the ANL, will be calling for a London-wide mobilisation of its members, and indications so far suggest that the event will be well attended by the SWP and its supporters. Now, the Roland Adams Family Campaign was a justice campaign, that's right, isn't it?
Yes, I can't remember it, but by its name, that's clearly.
Well, Roland Adams was a teenager, just to refresh your memory, who was killed in a racially motivated attack in 1991. You've had the opportunity, I think, before today to look at the reporting that you produced. And it's right to say that this campaign isn't the only justice campaign that you reported on. Is that fair?
That's fair.
All right. Would you agree justice campaigns were generally peaceful? Is that a fair observation?
They could be rowdy, vociferous, and outside, say, the court or where they were taking place, they would sometimes cause the police to be quite concerned and on the hop, as these things sometimes sprung up without any warning. So I wouldn't say that they would generally, they did cause police concern.
What sort of concerns?
Well, about the numbers turning up, but also on occasions these would be outside courts, where of course you have witnesses and whatever going into the courts, and it was public order on the streets.
Was your experience of justice campaigns, was your experience one of disorder?
Well, I think I'd say noisy and vociferous, and they caused police concern because they had they often had the appearance that they might become disorderly, and so therefore making sure that local police knew what was going to occur on their ground and outside their court, we felt was an important piece of reporting.
So is it fair to say at its height, noisy and vociferous would be how you describe the potential problems that might arise from a justice campaign?
Yes, they might escalate, in my experience.
Yes. Can you remember how you came to report on this particular justice campaign?
No, I can't. Well, other than the SWP were involved, and therefore, as a member of the SWP, I was reporting back what they were doing, and therefore they were aligning themselves, it would appear from this, with the Roland Adams Family Campaign to a degree. And so that's how it came to me, was through my presence within the Socialist Workers' Party.
Can you remember what the purpose was for reporting on this particular justice campaign?
I think this particular one, looking down it was talking about the British National Party bookshop in Welling. And again, it comes to the potential for violence outside that bookshop, bearing in mind that as well as the SWP, there would be other organisations on it who would relish the opportunity to lock horns with the British National Party.
Was SWP involvement ordinarily the reason for your reporting on justice campaigns?
Yes, that was solely the reason I would report it on.
There were times when justice campaigns were critical of the police. That's right, isn't it?
Very much so.
Was there any appetite within the SDS or wider special branch, or the MPS as a whole, for information that related to the criticism of police?
No, I think in policing you always know that there's going to be criticism for all sorts of things. For us, what it was about disorder on the streets.
Next document, please, is UCPI 10176. And that's at C5 of the hard copy bundle. And this is a report, an early report dated the 8th of November 1988. And we can see from paragraph 2, it's an intelligence report regarding a meeting of a group known as the Chile Committee for Human Rights, all right?
Yeah.
And can you remember how you came to be reporting on this group?
Yes, I had just been deployed, so I was trying to learn about the diaspora, really, I suppose, of different organisations out there. And it was a meeting I saw, a public meeting, so I just simply decided to attend it.
Just want to ask you about what you said about reporting on this group and other groups, such as the Broadwater Defence Campaign, the Haldane Society of Socialist Lawyers that we discussed earlier today, and some others. At page 35, 36 of your statement, it's paragraph 113. And I think you say there that these groups were all part of the rich tapestry of political activity in London and could, in the wrong circumstances, give rise to public order concerns. It's worth noting that some are reports of public meetings, others are incidental to another group, such as the CLAG members present at the Haldane Society event, or simply enclose a publication, such as leaflets from the Campaign Against Fascism in France and the Broadwater Farm Defence Campaign. The breadth of reporting is because I was establishing my left-wing credentials and I was trained to record what I perceived and to feed it into the intelligence process. Only with the benefit of hindsight is it apparent that a lot of these groups were of little or no concern. Now, does the expression record what I perceived and feed it into the intelligence process, is that a reference back to what you told us about the early days of reporting, which was record everything you could remember about what you'd observed?
Yes, yes.
You also told us earlier today that another approach to your reporting was to report anything that you thought might be of value. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Would you agree that it's difficult to reconcile the two approaches to intelligence reporting that you've told us about over the course of the day?
In my start, sometimes it was difficult for me to see whether or not there was value in something, and so I would report it. And if it was of no value, I know it would. At least I believed it would have been filtered out by the office, and also I would have got some sort of feedback from either the security service or from the squads, the special branch squads that were receiving my reports, to say, look, we're not interested in this, let's stop this.
Would you accept that the concept of value doesn't feature at all in the former approach of recording everything that one observes?
Well, when I was doing it, I thought that they were of value.
I see.
And therefore I reported as much as I felt I could recall and remember.
Now, the content of this report is about a discussion by those attending regarding the regime in Chile at the time. Realistically, would a group like this have been of any concern to Special Branch?
On reflection, no.
Just want to look at paragraph 3, please, in that document, where we can see that within the group's a delegation that the group sent to Chile was George Fuchs MP and a lawyer, we've come across the name before, Geoffrey Bindman. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
All right. Now, I just want to look at a couple of more examples where we see members of Parliament featuring in your reporting. The first is UCPI 10194 at tab C33. This is a report dated the 31st of May 1981. Forgive me, 1989. It's about a meeting of the Time to Go campaign. I think you told us earlier, a group that campaigned for the withdrawal of British troops from Northern Ireland. Just want to look at what paragraph 4 says. The meeting, chaired by Privacy, started with a short speech of support from the leader of Lambeth Council, Joan Twelves. The meeting then started in earnest with a speech by Tony Benn MP. His speech was considered by many of the audience to be a rambling dissertation about Ireland, Thatcherism, his own self-importance and the large amount of praise for the others on the rostrum. However, the audience saw the need for Benn as an attraction. Now, would you accept that, so far as that report is concerned, it's not just the presence of Tony Benn that features, but the intelligence that you provided also extended to the content of his speech and an assessment of what others at the meeting thought about it?
Yes, that's right.
Thank you. Next one, 31592, please. UCPI 31592, which should be at tab C166 of the hard copy bundle. It's dated the 18th of January 1991. I just looking at paragraph 2, it's a report regarding the Stop the War demonstration in central London in January 1991. And it's right, isn't it, that the war in the Gulf gave rise to a number of demonstrations and other activity, which was something you reported on. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
Can you remember why you reported on the anti-Gulf war movement at the time?
Because it was something which the Socialist Workers' Party was heavily involved with, and at the time we believed that they were probably the main mover within the organisation.
Just want to look at page 5, which is part of the lists of those identified, and we can see just below centre, Ken Livingstone MP recorded there. Do you see that?
Yes.
Thank you. Now, there are other examples of your intelligence report that make reference to members of Parliament throughout your reporting. Were you given any guidance or training on providing intelligence on elected politicians?
No, I wasn't. My understanding was that they were there in a public place, and quite often it was useful to report their presence there and perhaps the content of what they were saying, because somebody of note, such as Ken Livingstone or Tony Benn, would certainly give a higher profile to the organisation that managed to get them there to speak. So it was a reflection upon the influence of the organisation that we were interested in.
I see. I think you've answered my next question, which is why did you feel it necessary to include such information?
I think that's...
All right. Did you know what would be done with such information?
Well, it would be passed back to Special Branch, and again, it would help the people on the squads, on the desks, to understand the political spectrum and the issues that were of current concern and what they should be looking out for themselves as desk officers.
Looking back, do you consider that it was appropriate to provide intelligence about democratically elected representatives of the British public?
Yes, I do, in this circumstance, because I was just simply reporting, on their appearance at a public event and what they had to say. So I didn't see that as any problem whatsoever.
Could we look next, please, at UCPI 10134? Should be at C16 of the hard copy bundle. Thank you. Just bear with me while I catch up, please. And this is a report dated the 14th of February 1989. And it's about two members of the Communist League. And I just want to look at what it says at paragraph 3. Privacy, who is employed by British Rail, is also a member of the National Union of Railwaymen. No details are available of Privacy employment, but it is known that he is a member of the Transport and General Workers Union. It is thought that these individuals are very active in their respective unions. Do you see that?
Yes.
Thank you. Now, there are other examples within your reporting of intelligence about individuals' memberships of trade unions and their employment status. Would you accept that?
Yes.
Can you remember what the purpose was of reporting on these two individuals' trade union membership and the level of activity within their unions?
One of the areas of concern with us, with some organisations, was their desire to get involved in union activity and to try and make union actions, union activity, shall we say, radical and sometimes disorderly at events.
What did you expect would be done with that sort of intelligence?
It would provide background to the desk officers, and it would be of interest as well to the security service.
Would you accept that at the time, employment and trade union membership was a sensitive topic?
Yes.
Did your acknowledgement of that sensitivity ever make you pause for thought when deciding whether to record and report this sort of information?
No, I believed it was valuable information. So much so that we had an idea of what political organisations were interested in what trade unions to become involved in.
Can we look, please, at UCPI 10174, which is at C28 of the bundle? This is a report dated 28th of April 1989. I just want to look at paragraphs 2 to 4 with you, which says militant activists, within the workforce of the London Borough of Southwark have recently shown dissatisfaction at the policies being pursued by the council, alleging that they are more in line with official Conservative Party doctrine than that of the true socialist local authority. As a result, there is to be a National Association of Local Government Officers, NALGO, branch meeting at 12:30 p.m. at Peckham Town Hall on the 9th of May 1989. It's suggested that there will be a call for industrial action. Now, with the prospect of several other strikes possibly taking place within other spheres of industry, the council employees are confident as to a successful outcome of their action. One of the most prominent personalities behind this matter is Privacy, a member of the Lambeth South branch of the Socialist Workers' Party and local NALGO member. It's understood that he's being advised as to his course of action by more experienced members of the SWP. Why is it you reported on an upcoming meeting of NALGO where the possibility of industrial action may have been discussed?
I was reporting it really in connection with Privacy.
Would you agree that the detail in this report is more weighted towards workers and the union rather than the SWP member that you said was involved?
That second paragraph is about the context in which he is involved.
Would you agree that the detail is more about the workers and the union, however?
Yes, yes.
19875, please, which is at C134 of the hard copy bundle. This is a report dated the 30th of September 1991. I just want to look at some of what this says. The Socialist Workers' Party is currently trying to assess which trades unions will be mobilising their members to demonstrate at this year's Conservative Party conference, so that the party can organise its own activities within those unions. So far, the following have said that they will be demonstrating on the days shown. And then it gives a list of 4 dates and different trade unions that will be, it said we're going to be demonstrating at that party conference. Why did you give intelligence as to which unions intended to demonstrate at the Conservative Party conference?
I simply regarded it as information that was relevant to what the Socialist Workers' Party was trying to do and which organisations they were going to try and make some kind of impact, or not necessarily impact, but had turned their attention to, shall we say, to those meetings.
Again, isn't the detail in this report more about what the unions were doing rather than any SWP involvement or influence?
I think I reported it as to what the Socialist Workers' Party was going to try and do, or at least try and show an interest in.
Would you agree that these 2 examples, or the intelligence within these 2 examples, really strayed beyond what the Socialist Workers' Party was doing into matters that were directly relevant to what the trade unions were doing?
No, I feel that I'm reporting here on the Socialist Workers' Party. And this, rather than just saying they're going to get involved in a union or, another union and a third union, I mentioned what those unions are. Because if I'm thinking about them as being a subversive organisation, we need to know what their targets are.
But if we just look at that last example, the information about what you say the SWP wants to do, and the information about the unions, would you agree it's completely detached, isn't it? On the one hand, you've got a record there of the party, Socialist Workers' Party, you say wanting to organise its own activities within the unions. On the other, simply a timetable of who's doing what at the Conservative Party conference.
Yes, but the SWP, sorry, I'm reading this, that the SWP is going to turn its attention to those 4 dates. So far, the following have said that they will be demonstrating on the days shown and those 4 unions, and the SWP will be mobilising their members to demonstrate.
Is it fair to say
at those demonstrations?
Isn't that a misinterpretation? Because that report opens with the Socialist Workers' Parties currently trying to assess which trades unions will be mobilising their members.
Yeah.
So it's not intelligence that those 4 unions listed there are targets of the SWP or anything like that?
No, but they're 4 candidates, aren't they? Is the way I see it.
I see.
Of the SWP's attention.
So at its highest, forgive me if this sounds crude, but is what you're saying that this is what the SWP are up to? They could be involving themselves in any one of these 4 trade unions, because I know
Yes,
that they're going to do this on these dates.
That's what I'm trying to say. Yes, these 4 maybe the attention of the SWP, and those demonstrations on those dates may attract an SWP presence.
Isn't it fair that without any real connection between the SWP and those specific activities that those unions were going to involve themselves in, that there really isn't very much value to that particular report?
I wouldn't have said that. No.
All right. Can we look at next, please, UCPI 10177, which is at C29 of the hard copy bundle. And I'm just going to look at just a handful of examples, HN90, of reporting on individuals, all right? This is a report dated the 28th of April, 1989. It's about a member of the Lambeth South branch of the SWP, and at paragraph 3 it says, privacy is a regular attender at branch meetings, paper sales and other branch activities such as fly posting and demonstrations. Although considered a pleasant person, he's also seen as very boring. He exerts no influence. I think I'm on the wrong document, forgive me.
Sorry.
Yeah. My fault, not yours. It's this one. So forgive me. Privacy, let's start again. 10177. It's my fault, HN90, not yours, all right? Privacy is not the brightest of individuals, but he does possess an enthusiasm for politics and party affairs. He attended the SWP rally at Skegness in April 1989 and is a habitual attender of branch meetings. He's also a regular paper seller outside the Oval Underground station on Thursday evenings. Do you see that?
Yes.
And do you not consider that describing someone as not the brightest of individuals as rather disparaging?
I was trying to describe the person. I can't think who this is. I have to say I can't think who this is about. But I was trying to describe the person, and that's the phrase, I'm afraid, that I used at the time. I don't know what else others would have used, but that's what I chose.
Looking back, do you think you were right to choose that sort of language?
I don't think it's... I'm making, obviously, entirely subjective assessment of the person, and that's the phrase I used at the time. I don't even now see it as especially problematic, although obviously in a context such as this room, perhaps there's other language I could have used, but I didn't see it as problematic.
Can we look at UCPI 10017, which is at C75 of the hard copy bundle? And this is a report dated the 1st of December 1989. It's about an SWP member's move from one branch to another. Paragraph C3, forgive me, says this. Privacy is either separated or divorced and has a son who lives on the privacy, has legal access to his son for a certain number of days per month. It appears that it is his son's presence in London which has caused privacy to move from Birmingham. What was the reason for reporting on this individual's child contact arrangements?
It was background information on the individual. And at the time, we reported that kind of material, that kind of information.
Did you not consider information of that nature to be particularly sensitive?
because of because of the son aspect in there. Yes, I think it is sensitive, but that's what we reported, and these reports were at the time marked up as I think probably secret. Yes, secret. So they would have been marked as secret. So it would have been a very limited number of people that would have read what I'd said.
Just want to look at what you said about this report in your witness statement, which is at page 48, paragraph 148. You say Privacy moved to London from Birmingham to be closer to his son, which is recorded in the report dated 1st December 1989. Gives a clearer understanding of the individual. This might be useful for anyone seeking to recruit Privacy as an informant. Are you saying there that that sort of information might have been useful in seeking to persuade or recruit the individual concerned to be an informant?
Yes, that might have been the case, or to steer you away from such, depending who's making the assessment. But yes,
the word used is recruit.
Yes, I use the word recruit.
Yes.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
not steer away.
Yeah.
And do you did you consider that it was in your remit to report information that might be used for that purpose?
Sometimes it was, yes. I don't know what the context. I'm afraid I don't recall the report and the person.
Next example, please, 10133. UCPI 10133, which is C93 of the hard copy bundle. And this is a report dated 29th of August 1990 about a member of the Hammersmith and Notting Hill branch of the SWP. It says, paragraphs 4 to 5, a socialist, more by instinct than by education, Privacy finds many political concepts a little hard to grasp when she first attended SWP meetings, was fortunate to have Privacy, a young but extremely keen comrade, willing to explain things to her. This later developed into a much more intimate relationship, which has caused Privacy some difficulty in juggling her two boyfriends. On a practical rather than theoretical level, Privacy is an active seller of the SWP's weekly newspaper, Socialist Worker, and usually a keen participant in other street activities. Privacy has been in trouble with the police on at least 2 occasions. In March 1988, both she and Privacy were convicted of shoplifting on the 31st of March 1990, both central London, which followed the anti-community charge demonstration. Privacy was originally charged with a public order offence, but on her return to the charging station was further charged with 2 assaults on police. The possible consequences of these assault charges worry her, as she claims to be innocent of them. She is hopeful that they may be dropped, as she believes that they were a clerical error and that it was Privacy who should have been charged. What was the purpose of reporting that this individual had 2 boyfriends?
Can I just say I don't... there have been a number of reports that have been attributed to me in the packs that I've seen in preparation for today, and I believe this might be one of them. Right. Although it's attributed to me, I don't recall that, and the kind of language, vocabulary that's used in it, I don't recognise as my style. So I'm afraid I can't help you with that one at all.
Can we look at 31363, which is at C102? And this is report dated the 16th of October 1990. And it's about a member of the Lambeth North and Battersea branch of the SWP. And paragraph 2 reads, Privacy, a member of the Lambeth North and Battersea branch of the Socialist Workers' Party, is soon to marry Privacy, national by the name of Privacy. Privacy lives at, and then there's some private information. Privacy lives at, and more private information. One reason for the marriage is to be allowed to remain in the UK. She has no wish to have children by Privacy, and it would appear that they will not even live together. Privacy is fully aware of the situation. Nothing is known of Privacy, but she may be a member of the Lambeth North branch of the SWP. What was the purpose of reporting on what appears to have been, if your information is accurate, a marriage of convenience?
It was background information regarding the person.
And can you, if you could just look, please, at your witness statement where you address this report, paragraph 151. It's right, isn't it, that this is another example where you say this sort of information may have assisted with any efforts to recruit the individual as a source. Do you see that?
Yes, I do, yeah.
And you've already told us that you considered that was within your remit.
Yes.
Were you ever told to look out for information that might assist in the recruitment of others?
I can't remember specific conversations regarding it, but obviously it was, you know, it's sources are a key business area of Special Branch.
Right. Can we look, please, at UCPI 19824, which is at C123? C123 for the hard copy bundle. And this is dated the 7th of June 1991. It's about a member of the Lambeth North and Battersea branch of the SWP. It says in the main body, Privacy is a member of Lambeth North and Battersea branch of the Socialist Workers' Party, recently employed by SWP Centre for 3 days a week. This allows him to involve himself further in SWP affairs and undertake other part-time work as a lecturer, teacher in graphics. He's now developed an intimate relationship with Privacy. Is it fair to say that in this context the expression intimate relationship means sexual relationship?
Not necessarily.
Not necessarily. But what do you say it means?
Sorry?
What do you say it means?
A close relationship. But if I would have referred to a sexual relationship, I would have if I thought that it was a sexual relationship, then I would have used that phrase. Intimate relationships, to me, is a very close relationship. And probably sexual as well.
So intimate, close, and probably sexual.
Yes.
All right. And do you accept, you've had the opportunity to look to through your reporting, but do you accept that the term intimate relationship is one that comes up quite a bit when reporting on individuals?
Yes, yes, possibly. Yeah, probably.
What was the reason for reporting information of this nature?
It's again, it's all background information on the person, which at the time was what we reported.
This is, if it involves a possibility of a sexual relationship, this is very private information, isn't it? You'd agree with that?
Yes. Yeah.
Do you ever pause for thought when considering whether to record information like that?
I felt it was something, because I knew it, and it was part of the background to that person, then I would have reported it.
C151, which is UCPI 19927. Thank you. C151 in the hard copy bundle. A report dated 27th of March 1992. It reads, Privacy is no longer a member of Privacy, Socialist Workers' Party, and in all probability is no longer even a party member. He's certainly not taken an active part in SWP activity for some time, even though he maintains his closer friendships made during the time of his membership. As a practicing homosexual, he does sometimes turn up at events centred on homosexual rights. He's understood to be a freelance writer. Why do you report, to use the language in the report, that the person was a practicing homosexual?
It was the phrase I used at the time, and the phrase homosexual was the one that was used in reports, as was the phrase, a practicing homosexual. It describes the person. Its background, again, concerning that particular person.
Can we just look at what you say about this in your witness statement, please, at paragraph, this is page 49, paragraph 154. The reference to the subject of the nominal pro forma dated 27th of March 1992 being a practicing homosexual explains why he continued to attend events focused on homosexual rights, even when he had otherwise withdrawn from SWP activities. So the reason you give in your statement is an explanation as to why this individual continued to attend on events focused on what you term homosexual rights. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
And how was that relevant?
I mean, others may have seen him turn up at SWP events and assumed that he was a member of the SWP, when in fact his interests were, as I say, used the phrase there, his interest was in terms of his sexuality and not his membership of the SWP. So that information might explain why he's there, and not because he's an SWP member. Again, background information on the person.
Were gay rights, were events focused on gay rights, in your experience, typically populated by subversives, or did they risk public disorder or anything like that?
No, I wouldn't make that connection.
Would you agree again this was highly personal information?
Yes, it is, yes.
Across your reporting, there are numerous reports that deal with things like physical descriptions or domestic arrangements and relationships, or children, or personality, or sexual orientation, and other personal information. Was it necessary to report all of this information all of the time?
At the time, we reported as fully as we could on individuals.
Does that mean then that there was no assessment as to the value of that private and personal information?
I think there was. I think the assessment often came later. If you were trying to identify a person, you might not know their name, but you hear about their activity, etc., then it might steer you towards potential candidates for somebody you're trying to find out about.
But didn't you have to make the decision as to what to include and what not to include?
I think really I included everything that I thought was relevant to the character of that person, or to the physical appearance of that person.
Just moving on to another topic, I'm not going to take you to the documents HN90, but I think it's right, and you address this in your witness statement at page 54, paragraph 175, that you were involved in a couple of car accidents whilst deployed. Is that right?
Yes.
Both accidents involve members of the public in the other vehicles that were involved in the collisions, is that right?
Yes.
And those members of the public, as far as you were aware, nothing to do with any of the groups that you were targeting during your deployment?
That's correct.
And you tell us that you dealt with these accidents in your cover details, is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
So, for example, when you exchange names, address, you would give cover name, cover address.
Yes.
Do you accept that in using your cover details, untargeted members of the public, innocent members of the public, were misled?
Misled. The thing is, I had to maintain my cover, and to suddenly come out with my real name in a petrol station or on the street or wherever the accident occurred, in my real name, and then start producing documents in my real name, effectively your cover's blown, or could potentially be blown. And that means you have to carry documentation in your vehicle, which is no longer in your cover name.
So
You're exposing yourself, I believe, to so much difficulty that I can see people in those circumstances might have to be withdrawn.
at the time of your deployment, did you give any thought about how you might approach the issue of your identity if an accident resulted in legal proceedings?
Again, that would be a matter I would cover it all in the actual incident itself. I would cover it all in my cover name, but then the management would, when they were informed, we would then have to work out the next steps in regard to the legal side of the dealings.
So are you saying, don't let me put words in your mouth, please, but are you saying you gave it no thought, but if the situation arose, then you'd go to management to see what to do about it?
Yes.
All right. Was there any guidance or training provided to you as to how you should deal with ordinary members of the public in this sort of situation?
It was simply that my cover was of paramount importance.
I just want to look a little bit now at the relationship that you had with the security service, or that the SDS had with the security service. And we've already looked at some documents demonstrating that security service was being appraised about your targeting and the progress of your deployment and so on, all right?
Yeah.
Could we look at, this time, 30658, which is at B3 of the hard copy bundle? This is a document dated 9th of September 1988, a meeting between the security service and DCI Docker of the SDS. Paragraph 4 reads, otherwise all seems well in the SDS. They've just put out a new chap into the field. Details will be forwarded soon. Who will be directed towards CLAG and the RCG. This will be a classic long-term, slowly effort. Do you see that?
Yes.
And does it follow from that the security service were advised early on in your deployment as to your early targets?
Yes.
You've said that, yeah.
I see that.
And I think you say in your witness statement, if you need the reference, it's pages 17 to 18, paragraph 60, that I think you noticed whilst you were in the back office that there was a security service liaison officer who'd come to the SDS offices frequently, but you weren't privy to the conversations with that officer.
That's correct, yes.
Did you ever have any direct contact with the security service before you deployed?
No.
We'll talk about the end of your deployment shortly, but during your deployment, was there any direct contact between you and the security service?
No.
Can we look at, please, 29023, which is at B11 of the hard copy bundle? This is a document dated 23rd of March 1989. It's a security service loose minute. Paragraph, well, It says as follows: HN90 has recently submitted a number of very useful reports on the activities and, in particular, members of the Communist League in London. Many of the individuals reported on were not known to be connected with the CL. I would be grateful if Source could estimate the current figure for CL membership. Our last indication was of something members, including something redacted in March 1988. Many thanks for Source's help in covering this group. So looks like a request for membership numbers there. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
Next one, please. 23421, UCPI 23421, which is at B25 of the hard copy bundle. This is dated 27th April 1990. It's a security service communication. And looks like another request under the heading of HN90. Source has recently provided some useful reports on the Workers' Power Group. Can you confirm that the Workers' Power headquarters address is? Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
And then 29039, please. Which is at B26 of the hard copy bundle. Dated 15th of May 1990. It looks like this is the SDS response saying you couldn't confirm that address. Do you see that?
Yes.
And just another example at 30704 B30 of the hard copy bundle. Security Service note for file dated the 8th of March 1991. It's a record of a meeting between the Security Service and managers DCI Gray and DIHN 86. I just want to look at what it says over the page at paragraphs 12 to 13. It says at F2's request, I gave Gray a photocopy of passport photograph to see whether HN90 could confirm that it was, I think that's short for identifiable with or identical with the woman. Thank you. The woman on file. HN90 had first reported on her membership of SWP Lambeth South Branch and her employment in, and there's something redacted. I said the passport photograph was that of the female name, born 1986, who was being paid by, followed by a redaction. And then looks like there's a response to that at 29015, which is at tab B31, 29015. HN90, forgive me, this is dated, it's not dated at all actually, but it's HN90, it says, confirms that the attached photograph is of female name, that it is only a fair likeness and that she always wears spectacles. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
And I think there are other examples of such requests amongst the documents relating to your employment. Do you agree with that? Now, were you aware of requests of intelligence made by the security service that were intended for you?
Yes, very much so.
And how often did you receive requests of this nature?
I would say not often. Possibly less than once a month from them.
How did you become aware that these sorts of requests were coming from the security service?
A direct question asked of me either on my telephone contacts with the back office or at the weekly meetings where I described earlier that sometimes people would go away into a side room away from everybody else and go through these sorts of requests and have a discussion on them. I'd give my input back, often not in report form, but just as verbal, and then it would be written up and sent back in the kind of documentation we've just seen.
Thank you. Can we look next at 23861, which is at B19 of the hard copy bundle? and this is a security service loose minute. The date at the front is 10th of August 1989. I think later in the document we see it's dated the 8th of August, but August 1989 in any event. And can we look at page 3, please? About Centre, it reads HN 90, reports on Lambeth branch of the SWP. Target priority level, North Lambeth at Battersea and South Lambeth at Brixton are both medium-sized London branches. 30 members were identified in 1988 in North Lambeth and 41 in South Lambeth. Degree of coverage provided by agent HN90 is a fairly new source and has so far provided information about Lambeth branch members and branch organisation. Value of coverage, HN90's reports have provided valuable identifying details. Implications for the work of the desk if the agent were to be withdrawn without replacement. Identifications would suffer were HN90 to be withdrawn. The opportunity to make an assessment of the strength and degree of activity of the Lambeth branches would also be impaired if HN90 was withdrawn in the near future. Do you see that?
No, I don't see it on
Oh,
mine, I'm afraid.
right.
What?
I think it's being highlighted now.
Right, okay. Right, yes, okay. Sorry, I didn't know where you'd started.
Thank you. Forgive me. Well,
No, my fault.
no, my fault. It's not your fault at all. Can we look now at 30678, UCPI 30678, which is at B20 of the hard copy bundle. This is dated the 11th of August 1989. It's a security service loose minute. And it's a draft brief on the STS in relation to a meeting between the Deputy Director General and the Deputy Assistant Commissioner. And can we just look at what's gisted at page 3, please? Security Service indicated the priority level of SWP London for SWP desks. The STS contribution is of considerable importance to the Security Service. HN90 Lambeth branch, over 3 years to run. Security Service comment, HN90 is a relatively new source and his reporting, though of value, is limited as yet. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. At any time during your deployment, were you ever made aware of the level of value that your intelligence carried for the Security Service?
Yes, I was.
Can you remember being careful about names, how and how you got that feedback?
Feedback from... I don't want to get the number wrong. Yes, it's HN109.
Thank you. Can we next look at UCPI 29020, which is at B37 of the hard copy bundle? And you tell us in your witness statement at page 67, paragraphs 226 to 227. Please look at it if you need to, but I don't think this is controversial, that you were debriefed by the Security Service after you left the field. Is that right?
That's correct, yes.
And we can see at this document dated the 11th of August 1982, which is 1992, forgive me, a Security Service communication to the STS in advance of a debrief that was to be held on the 19th of August 1992. Paragraph 2, there's a list of topics for discussion. Do you see that?
Yes.
You've told us, I think, the debrief took place. Was the list of topics communicated to you in advance of the debrief?
I don't believe it was, no.
Can we then look at 29021, UCPI 29021, which should be at B39 of the hard copy bundle? and this is a security service note for file dated the 30th of September 1992. It's a security service record of your debriefing. And it says this: on the 1st of September 1992, F2 officers were given the opportunity to debrief HN90, an SDS officer who had until recently been targeted against Lambeth North branch of SWP. HN90 is shortly to return to normal duties in CE squad. HN86 and someone else accompanied HN90 to a location to meet F2 Annie Mashan, F2 and F2, and a fourth SIS officer, security service officer. HN90 dealt with his experience as an agent in the SWP, as well as talking about his detailed knowledge of the SWP as an organisation. We discussed the areas outlined in our telex at Serial. HN90 stressed that the SWP was particularly anxious to get black members and was keen to advance them in the party. He suggested that black agents stood more chance of getting access to SWP Centre as a result. F2 had recorded independently HN90's comments on the SWP. Now, was it right that you'd ascertained that the SWP was keen to recruit and advance black members?
It was well known to SWP members.
Did you feed this information back to SDS management?
Other than at this meeting, I don't recall feeding it back directly, no.
See, the reason I'm asking about this is that in 1991, Trevor Morris was deployed and was targeted against the SWP. Do you know whether his targeting was influenced by information that you'd acquired about the SWP seeking to develop and advance its membership within the black community?
As far as I'm aware, no, that wasn't a factor, as far as I know.
Presumably you wouldn't be involved in targeting decisions in relation to other undercover officers?
No, not at all.
Can we look next, please? Final one on this topic, I think. MPS 0731166. 0731166. Which should be B45 of the hard copy bundle. This is an SDS branch note dated quite some time after your debrief, the 4th of February 1998. And just want to see what it says. It says, on the 3rd of February, I spoke to DSH and 90 regarding his debrief interview with members of the security service on his departure from the field. His recollections were hazy, but we recalled that they met in a flat where 3 security service personnel were present, a male from agent handling, 2 females from the relevant section. One of the females was older and more senior, but it was the younger one who asked most of the questions. Although HN90 could not remember names, he suspects that the younger one was Annie Mashan. The discussions were of a general nature, covering the politics of the SWP and some key individuals. HN90 outlined his own career via Lambeth South, Lambeth North, South West London and Kingston branches of SWP. Discussions did include the annual Skegness gathering, and although tradecraft was not discussed, clearly all parties present would have had some knowledge of SDS mode of operations. I then spoke to someone who was also present at HN90's debrief. He confirmed the above facts and was certain that he was introduced as HN90, i.e. none of the security service personnel would be aware of his true identity. Is the record, to the best of your recollection, of what was discussed at the debrief, is that an accurate record?
As best I can recall, yes.
Is it correct that security service personnel with whom you met did not know your real identity?
That's what I understood, yes.
Until this debrief, had you had any direct contact with the security service in relation to your deployment?
No.
At the time of your deployment, to what extent did you consider that it was influenced by the security service?
well, I knew right from the outset that the security service, was an important customer, should we say, of our intelligence reports in relation, obviously, to the SWP's subversive side of things.
So I'm conscious that we're approaching time for a break. I'm about to move to another topic. I hope not to be any longer than 20 minutes to half an hour or so. Is this a convenient moment?
Just let me inquire. Would you like a break now? Yes. Yes.
Thank you.
I wonder whether the 15-minute break could be used by those who do have questions that they will invite you to put. If they could do that now.
Yes.
We will have a break later,
Yes.
but this may speed the process up.
Yes, I'll remain in the room.
Thank you.
Thank you.
15 minutes.
So may I, with your leave, just complete that which I was going to ask, and then perhaps, subject to your better view, go straight into other questions that I've been asked to deal with and deem appropriate to deal with.
Certainly.
I'm bound to say there are some other questions that have come to me via alternative means that I've not had the opportunity to consider, so I'll still ask for a brief adjournment.
Of course. No, that seems very sensible.
I'm grateful. Thank you very much. HN90, could we just look at MPS 0732804, which is at B41 of the hard copy bundle? It's right that you say in your witness statement that you were involved in the SDS's mentoring scheme after you came out of the field. Is that correct?
That's correct.
All right. Now, this is a document dated 23rd of November 1994, and it gives an agenda for a meeting of the SDS mentors. And we can see at paragraph 2 that you were mentor. No names, please, all right, but mentor to 2 undercover officers that we can see appears ciphered in the document. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
Was there a formal selection process in order to become a mentor?
No, I didn't apply for to become a mentor. I was simply asked if I would help.
Being careful as to names, do you remember who asked you?
No, I'm afraid I don't.
And was becoming a mentor something you were obviously prepared to do?
I was happy to do that, yes.
Was there a reason that you were content to engage in the scheme?
No, I was just content to help out because I believed what the unit was doing, and if I could help after my deployment, that was good with me.
Can you remember what was expected of you as a mentor?
Really to have meetings at a fairly regular, not necessarily frequent basis with deployed officers, very much to act as a little bit of some social contact,
yes,
as it were. It was also difficult in one respect, as much I was also expected to, perhaps if I saw an officer going off the rails or was, clearly had mental health issues or whatever, yes, from what he was doing, then I was obviously to take that and report that to management. So you had this slight conflict between being somebody that they spoke to and confided in if they wanted to, and on the other hand, you were also looking for issues if there were any.
Yes or no to this question, please. Did you experience any situation like that whilst you were a mentor?
No.
Could we just look at paragraph 5 of that document, which states in the latter part, officers who attended the Beak Street 3-day course on stress awareness in 1993, would they recommend a repeat for new mentors? Did you ever undertake a stress awareness course as part of your being a mentor?
I don't know what titles any of the meetings took place, or seminars, I would call them, but I don't know if it was at Beak Street, but I certainly went on, seminars, I would say, long seminars, but I can't remember the dates or the length of time that they took.
Were they just, were they internal police seminars, or did they ever involve outside providers or people with outside expertise?
I seem to remember one had an outside psychoanalyst or psychotherapist. I'm not sure which one she was.
B35 in the hard copy bundle. This is MPS 0527439. And this is an SDS memo. I'll just wait for the document to come up. number is 0527439 underscore, maybe you need to add underscore 002, thank you. There's a SDS memo dated the 7th of April 1992. And can we look at page 5 of this document, please? I just want to look at what that says. As an aid to the SDS supervisory structure, it's proposed to enlist former SDS personnel to act as friends or mentors to field officers. Mentors are asked to meet their nominated officers regularly on an informal basis at the request of either party. The regularity will depend upon the individual's needs, but it is suggested that no more than 3 months should elapse between meetings. The scheme is intended essentially to enhance the existing monitoring of field officers' welfare and that of their immediate families. It's accepted that operational matters will arise during conversation and that advice as to best practice will be given. Mentors are advised, however, that methods may have changed since their time in the field and that any apparently controversial matters should be referred to the SDS, DCI or DI. It's also accepted that to be successful, meetings should be conducted on a confidential basis. It's stressed, however, that mentors should make it clear to the officer involved that any matter divulged which, in their opinion, may adversely affect the field officer's operational judgment, suitability for his duties, mental stability, etc., must be reported immediately to SDS supervisors. After each meeting, mentors should make a brief report by telephone to the SDS, DCI or DI. A log will be maintained at SDS HQ. Now, typically, how regularly were you meeting with your nominated officers?
It wasn't monthly, and I think it may have been a little more regularly than the 3 monthly marked out here. So I would suggest it's sort of between 1 and 2 months.
Were meetings at your instigation or of made of your mentees' instigation, or was it a mixture of the two?
I can't remember, but I certainly would, if I felt that I hadn't seen him for a while, for me the idea was the regularity of it rather than the frequency of it.
Did you make it clear to your nominated officers that whilst your meetings were confidential, there was certain information that if disclosed you were obliged to inform management about?
Yes.
Did you form an impression as to whether that affected how candid your mentees were prepared to be with you?
I think that was inevitable.
Sorry, what was inevitable?
That having said, if I see anything that gives me any those concerns, that I would go then to SDS management. I think that must have had an impact upon their candid approach to me. Yes.
After meeting with your nominated officers, did you always provide a report by telephone to the SDS, DCI or DI?
Yes, we'd all have done it.
And I think you've already told us you didn't feel the need to report any issues of concern regarding your mentees.
No, I didn't.
Can we look at pages 7 to 8 of that same document, please? Reads, as you're aware, a number of former SDS personnel act as friends or mentors to the current field officers. Mentors meet nominated officers regularly on an informal basis for welfare reasons. In response to a recent survey of specific aspects of SDS practice initiated by ACSO and discussions with MS11-3 staff and a consultant psychologist, a training need was identified for SDS office staff and mentors to attend counselling courses to enhance the effective monitoring of field officers' welfare and that of their immediate families. Arrangements have been made with PT8 for 10SO12 officers to attend the 5-day psychological debriefing stroke counselling course to be held at Beak Street TSDU commencing 15th of March 1993. To ensure balance, the course will also be attended by a similar number of divisional personnel also under training. I asked that arrangements be made for the following nominated officers to attend. We can see a list of officers there, and over the page it looks like you're on the reserve list to attend the course. Do you see that?
Yes, I do, yes.
Did you ever take a counselling course in order to assist your mentoring duties?
I attended a number of what I would call sessions or seminars, but whether they were formally called a specific course, I don't recall.
Finally, this document on the topic, MPS 0527231, which is at B42 of the hard copy bundle. And this is a note dated the 6th of December 1994 of a meeting between SCS managers and mentors, the meeting itself having been held in November 1994. And we can see that a bit below centre you're recorded as being present. And just want to look at over the page paragraphs 4 and 5. All agreed that the scheme was working well and that it needed to be flexible and responsive to the need of field officers. HN83 remarked how a field officer's concerns might be heightened by topically, might say typically, I don't know, the activities of former field officers. So from a mentor's point of view, there was a need to identify such events and provide an extended counselling service at times of added stress. All agreed that there would be value in providing further training package for mentors, particularly for the new recruits. DCI Edmondson, DI Lambert and DS HN21 will discuss the possibility of an in-house training package with Dr. Felicity Gibbling, psychologist at Bramshill, on the 20th of December 1994. Can you remember if around that time a training package was put on for new mentors?
Yes, I do.
And was any training involving a psychologist arranged?
Yes, that person named there in paragraph 5, Felicity Gibbling.
Other than the sort of courses or seminars that you say you went on, did SDS management prepare you in any other way in order to help you discharge your role as a mentor to undercover officers?
No, I don't recall anything else in place.
Do you think that the mentor scheme was effective?
I think to a degree, but I believe it had limitations.
In what sense do you think it had limitations?
The experience of ourselves as mentors, we may have been ex-field officers, but at the end of the day we weren't counsellors, so didn't have obviously the benefit of psychologist training or something similar. And I think also the rider that you're trying to be sort of a mentor to somebody, but at the same time you will report back to somebody that I'm sure for some officers was a bit of a strange situation.
I'm not going to take you to the documents, but I think you, unless we need to, but I think you tell us in your witness statement that you had a role following your STS tour, aside from your role as a mentor, of identifying or assisting with new recruits. Is that right?
That's right, yes.
Did you undertake that role as a result of being asked, or was it just an organic, proactive thing? In other words, if you came across someone you thought might be a suitable candidate, you'd say something to the right person?
I would do that if somebody I thought was a particularly good candidate. I might pass that on. Yes.
Did you consider the relationship status of the candidate when you were involved in a recommendation or anything to do with recruitment?
No, I didn't. I didn't ask. I didn't go down that route of asking a lot of questions. If somebody had shown an interest, then I would just simply pass that person's name on. It wasn't for me to go look at, select any kind of selection criteria with regard to that person.
Well, thank you. Please don't specify, all right, but in your later special branch roles, I think it's right, and you tell us in your witness statement, that you were a recipient of SDS intelligence. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
And within your bundle, I'm not going to take you to them, but within your bundle there are examples of reports authored by John Dines, HN1 and Peter Francis that were copied to you. Again, yes or no, please. Was the SDS reporting that you received in later roles, was that consistently of value to you, or was there a mix of levels of value or anything that was not of value at all?
Yes, they were of value, yes.
Sorry, I asked for a yes or no question and gave you a number of options, and my fault.
Sorry.
Right? Yes or no answer, rather. All right. And did you ever question the relevance of any of the reports or the information in any of the reports that came across your desk later in your career?
No, I didn't. They were passed to me because they thought I might have an interest, but I was not the primary recipient of some of those reports. But they felt that there may have been issues mentioned in this report which might be of value to me in my job later.
Could we look at a document, please, that we've already looked at earlier today, which is MPS 0731671, which is at B4 of the hard copy bundle, something we looked at this morning, 0731671. And I think I said earlier, this was a confirmatory memo of some recommendations previously made by DCI DOCA regarding STS recruitment and the operation. And I just want to look this time at paragraph G. It says ex-STS officers will have initial counselling 2 weeks after their return to normal special branch duties. Were you offered counselling after your return to normal duties?
I don't recall being offered counselling, no.
Were any steps taken by the SDS or Special Branch or the Metropolitan Police Service to check on and ensure the welfare of you and your family after your deployment had concluded?
SDS managers, I do recall having a number of conversations with them in the following months, finishing my deployment, basically touch base, see how I was getting on, whether or not I was settling back into more normal special branch duties, that kind of material. I think I was also again offered whether or not my wife wanted to have a chat with anybody, but again I declined that.
Right. And does it follow from that there was nothing formal in relation to the steps taken by the STS? So no counselling or medical assistance or anything like that?
No, not that I recall. No, it was less formal than that.
Were any welfare services made available to you and your family as a result of your deployment?
No, I don't recall any being offered.
Can we look, please, at a document? It's just bear with me, please. It's not in the hard copy bundle, but it's MPS 0728968. MPS 0728968. Now, this is a copy of the Special Demonstrations Squad Annual Report for 1992-93, dated the 30th of March 1993, which was the report that immediately followed your retirement from the field, all right? Can we look at, please, page 11? And paragraph 1.12, which no need to go to it, but if we look further up the document, it appears under the heading Welfare and Supervision. And just what it says at the outset of that text is the post-operational programme of meetings with officers leaving the field continues and is aimed at ensuring their successful rehabilitation into normal duty. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
Following the conclusion of your deployment, were you part of a post-operational programme of meetings?
I don't recall being part of a formal, as you say, a programme of meetings. No, I don't recall it. That's all.
Were you aware whether such a programme existed?
Again, I don't recall that I was aware of it.
I just want to look at something else it says in this document, which is at page. It's page 19. Maybe yes. Try 19. Maybe we're slightly out of sync. No, try 20. Can we try 21? Thank you. Paragraph 2.10. All right. Going to read this to you. The Socialist Workers' Party has on paper a national membership of several thousand people. In practice, the number of street activists willing to participate in demonstrations only amounts to a tiny fraction of that figure. Like class war, it does not in itself pose any major threat to public order. However, the SWP and its proxy, the Anti-Nazi League, is nothing if not opportunistic and devotes considerable resources to the monitoring and exploitation of industrial disputes, public issues, and protest campaigns. SDS coverage of the SWP and ANL, although now much reduced, still gives access to accurate intelligence of numerous events and predictions of attendances and the mood of participants. The SWP will be represented at the majority of public order events which occur, as will the Anti-Nazi League if racial or anti-fascist issues are concerned. STS coverage affords a simple and cost-effective way of monitoring the strength of other left-of-centre organisations, so that the police service has a closer view of one-off single-issue events or industrial disputes on which otherwise there would be little available information. Is that an assessment that you agree with?
Yes, I do.
Did you understand that your role in coverage of the SWP was considered to afford a simple and cost-effective way of monitoring the strength of other left-of-centre organisations?
Yeah, to a limited degree, yes, but obviously being a member of the SWP, I was able to have, if you like, side divisions of other organisations and their activities.
Thank you. You just bear with me a moment, please. Can we then move to MPS 0728957, which is, Sarah, I think you have this in loose leaf, MPS 0728957. And this is the 1991 to 92 SDS annual report. It's dated around April-May 1992. And this was the annual report that immediately preceded the report that we've just considered, all right?
Yep.
And I just want to look at page 23, please, if I can. Paragraph 42, which says the SWP retains the ability to mobilise large numbers of its members for demonstrations. However, these do not normally indulge in street violence, preferring instead to sell publications, display banners, and chant slogans. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
Was this assessment ever conveyed to you by your managers?
No, not that I recall it. I don't remember seeing that report.
Was it an assessment that you agree with?
Yes, but I would qualify where it says, however, these do not normally, and the emphasis is on the word normally, but very much what I was doing was looking for those situations which were not normal and that they would indulge in street violence.
In light of the two assessments of the SWP that we've just looked at in the 91-92 and the 92-93 annual reports, do you consider that your infiltration of that group on public order grounds, at least at the back end of your deployment, remained justifiable?
Yes, I do.
Why do you say that?
Because, again, I'd seen the poll tax riot of 1990. I had seen, again, poll tax activity down in Lambeth. And I simply believed that, what we were doing was a good way of maintaining the Queen's peace and good public order.
Were you content with the way that you were looked after during your deployment?
Yes, I was.
How did your managers ensure your welfare whilst in the field?
I mean, it was the regular contact, twice a week. Often telephone contact during the day would take place, maybe not with the senior managers, but with the managers. And I always felt that if I had an issue or something that was I was coming into difficulty with or might prove difficult, then I always felt that I could go to them and discuss it fully.
Were you content with the way that you were looked after following the conclusion of your deployment?
Yes, I was.
Did your deployment ever impact on your physical health at any stage whilst you were in the field?
No, not that I recall. No.
Did your deployment impact on your mental health whilst you were in the field?
No.
For your benefit, I'm looking at page 72 and paragraph 244 of your witness statement, so right at the back end of your witness statement, please, HN90.
Yeah.
Did your deployment impact on your welfare in any way?
I don't believe so, no.
You tell us there that you lost a lot of contacts because you hadn't attended social events, is that right?
Yes, that's correct. But I don't believe that it had that was an impact upon my welfare.
All right. You spent years avoiding events that you previously enjoyed, is that correct?
That's correct.
And you say, while you would not say that your welfare suffered in any significant way, you became a much quieter individual after your deployment, is that right?
Yes, I think so.
Does what you say in your statement represent the impact that your deployment had on you after it concluded?
Yes, I think that statement stands.
Was there any knock-on impact on your family, given that you became less sociable and a little withdrawn? Did that affect your family in any way?
I wouldn't say I became withdrawn. I became antisocial. I just became a quieter person as a result of it.
Did that have any effect on your family?
I don't believe so, no.
Did it stop you doing things they wanted you to do, for example, or anything like that?
Not with my children and my family. No, I don't believe so. Not after my deployment. During my deployment, yes, there were things I couldn't attend, couldn't go to with them.
Now, there's a process, HN90, where questions on behalf of others can be put through me, and I'm going to cover some of those topics with you now. Would you bear with me, because it's a mixed bag of topics, and we're going to do a little bit of jumping around, all right? But can I ask you this? Would you agree that for a group to count as subversive, it not only needed to have the intent to subvert, but the capability to subvert? In other words, it posed a real and direct threat to the state. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
In view of your agreement with that, would you say that groups like the Communist League and Workers' Power really fell within the definition of subversive groups?
Certainly, I believe, by their intent,
But not by capability?
but only by monitoring those organisations would I be able to say, yes, they didn't have the capability.
If you were able to assess that the capability wasn't there, was there any purpose in continuing to maintain coverage of groups of that nature?
I think there was, again, still in relation to public order.
Can we look at, can you look at, please, paragraph 73 of your witness statement, please, which is at page 23. So page 23, paragraph 73, where you address bi-weekly meetings, and you say, main topics of conversation were the deconfliction of UCOs attending events, or more usually ensuring that each attendee knew who else was likely to be there so that they would not be surprised if they saw other UCOs there. There was also some storytelling among UCOs, as well as discussions about sport and current affairs. We probably discussed operational issues, but only in very broad terms. What did you mean by storytelling?
That's just, general social contact. By being in amongst a group of officers who had finished dealing with the business of the day.
Can you remember the sorts of topics that would fall, or subject matter that would fall within what you say was storytelling?
Well, we discussed the politics of the day. Some people would discuss football, the Olympic Games, whatever it was. It was that kind of material, the sort of thing that you would probably talk about sitting in a pub or sitting in a cafe with somebody. It was really social contact, social conversations.
Do you recollect whether there was any inappropriate conversation?
No, I don't.
Can you rule it out?
No, I can't. And that's by judgment of today, of course.
I asked you a little bit about the two car accidents that you were involved in. Did you speak to your managers about those two accidents?
Yes, absolutely.
And being careful, please, can you remember what advice you were given on either of those occasions as to what you needed to do?
Well, what I needed to do had been done at the time, which was the exchange of names and addresses, which I'd done in my cover name, as the vehicle was held in my cover name. So those details were provided. From there on, the office then took care of the issues with the insurance companies, and the insurance companies then obviously in contact with the other party.
All right. You said, I think, I can't remember if it was in your oral evidence or in your witness statement, but I think that criminal activity in your sphere was nearly always fly posting.
It was low level.
Was there anything else?
Not that I recall, but some of the activities, as I said, disorderly demonstrations or whatever, I'm sure if you sat down and looked at, the legislation, you would find offences committed by people there.
And what sort of level of offence are we talking about?
Low-level assault, really.
Were you, being careful with names, please, and again, fields of deployment, were you friends with any of the other undercover officers that you were deployed with?
Friends outside of the unit itself, you mean?
Yes.
You mean? Yes, I was, yes.
being careful as to names, please. Can you remember who are your friends amongst your contemporaries? Consult
Yes.
the cipher list if you need
Sorry?
to. Consult the cipher list,
Yeah,
please, if you
sure.
need to. And just take your time.
I think for safety purposes, it would be better if you wrote down the cipher of any individual that you remember in that category.
Thank you, sir.
Okay.
This can't be dealt with by oral answer.
I'll move on. I'll move on from that topic, sir. So far as the...
Can that be identified by, it is in evidence, but it can't be dealt with by oral answer. It therefore needs some means of identifying it as the answer to your question.
Yes. Can we apply our minds as
Yeah, of course.
the best way of
but
dealing
don't
with
throw
it?
the note away.
No, of course not. No. Just returning to the poll tax right, please. Were you made aware, or did you become aware that John Dines was arrested in the course of that riot?
Yes, I was.
Can you remember how you came into the knowledge of that?
At one of our meetings, in broad brush terms, that became knowledge.
Were you involved in anything more than a broad brush discussion about John Dines' arrest?
No, not at all.
Can you recollect what you knew about that arrest?
Yes, but again, only in its broadest detail.
And what's your recollection as to what happened?
My understanding was at the time, is now, that he had, I think, marbles in his pocket on the riot. I don't know how that came to police notice, but I understand he was arrested.
And what was the significance of marbles? Did you know?
Marbles, I think, are used by activists often to throw down in front of police horses.
I see. Thank you. Those are all the questions I have for now. So there is one. There's one request I haven't been able to apply my mind to in the time that we've had.
Yes.
And I think there's going to be some more.
I think we need to break for 10 minutes, do we not? I don't think it's necessary to take the full 15.
Yes, I'll do my best in
Yes.
10 minutes I've
Yes.
got. Yeah.
Your day is almost, but not quite at an end. Please be patient with us.
Of course, sir.
10 minutes.
So I'm grateful for the time. HN90, thank you for your patience. Hopefully we won't be much longer. Can I just start with this? Was there a reason why you attended the street that was recorded as the address of the deceased child whose identity you ended up using?
It was only to see what kind of a property that, you know, the vicinity, if you like, that the person had been brought up in.
Does it follow from that you went there for observational purposes?
Not observational.
Well, not of the family, but of the surroundings.
Yes.
My clumsiness.
Yeah.
All right. And did you make any inquiry to ascertain whether the inhabitants of the address were his relatives or had any connections to him, or whether the inhabitants had changed?
No, it didn't, no.
Were you aware of an undercover officer called Rick Clark, who I think was before your time?
Yes, I knew him.
Were you aware of an incident when he was confronted with his birth and death certificate?
Yes, I was.
How did you how were you made aware of that?
It was a story that, not a story, it was an incident that I'd heard about. It was the kind of nightmare scenario you didn't want to happen to yourself. The importance of you know, your cover name being robust and being able to stand scrutiny.
Can you remember whether you heard that whilst you were in the back office or once you were deployed?
It may have been in the back office, may have been, but it was around about that time.
Can you remember being careful about names, can you remember who spoke to you about that?
I think it was HN 109.
Were you aware that there was a possibility that this incident and the use of the deceased child's identity tactic was going to be reported in the media as a result of what happened?
No, I didn't.
You told us you knew who Rick Clark was. Did you know anything about him in a sexual relationship?
Many years after, I'd heard that you know, he was how would I say it? You know, he liked the ladies, shall I say, put it that way, and there had been rumours around relationships that he had, but I couldn't put any time scale on them. They were all historic to me as I'd heard them then.
Now, you say many years after. Was this after your deployment had concluded and when you after you'd left the SDS?
After I'd left SDS and years later.
And rumours, were rumours before, during or after your time in the SDS?
No, this many years later.
Right. Did you appreciate that engagement in a sexual relationship could result in compromise?
Yes, yes, absolutely.
Would you say that was a matter of common sense?
I would say that, yes.
Now, I know your evidence is that you weren't aware of any possible media or television exposure of the Rick Clark incident. But you told us that in your evidence that you thought the risk of a family of a deceased child, the risk of them discovering that the identity was being used was very unlikely. Had there been the possibility of some sort of media revelation or exposure or anything like that, would you have reconsidered the risk?
I'm sure we all would have done had that occurred.
Do you know whether, as a result of what happened to Rick Clark, UCOs were given any further instruction or whether any new procedures were brought in?
I've no idea.
Can you just have a look, please, at your witness statement at paragraph 241 and 242? I'm just going to give you the page reference. It's right near the back end. And this is page 71 and 72 of your witness statement. Now, I just want to look at 251, where you say, 241, forgive me. You say you believe you handled reports from SCS UCOs whilst you worked in a Metropolitan Police Special Branch role. Please don't tell us what that role was. I definitely did so while I was in room 1820, which was where C squad received sensitive intelligence, whether from the STS or from other government agencies. To the best of my knowledge, I did not receive reporting from STS UCOs later on in my career. What do you mean? And you don't tell us where you were posted later on in your career, but what do you mean that you didn't receive any reporting from STS UCOs later on in your career? Are you referring to after room 1820?
Yes, after that time, the areas of business I was in, I did not receive reporting from that direction. They had no relevance to me.
Now, room 1820, you go on to say, primarily concerned with intelligence rather than evidential material, and whilst it appears that a number of reports were sent to you there, you say you only took an interest if it related to a specific project that you were working on. At the time, there were two major areas of concern, and one of them is, you say, the investigation into the murder of Stephen Lawrence, and intelligence that might indicate that this crime was committed by an extreme right-wing group or an individual inspired by that ideology. Want you to focus not on the murder, but on the Stephen Lawrence campaign, all right? Do you recollect ever receiving any SDS intelligence that related to the Stephen Lawrence campaign?
Yes, I do, because that was something that obviously the Metropolitan Police were interested, obviously, in the murder, and that question there, whether or not there was any extreme right-wing involvement in that. So any reporting that concerned that campaign, I would sometimes see that material.
Can you remember anything about the volume of that reporting, focusing just on the campaign?
Just on the campaign.
How many reports you may have seen?
It was just very, very, very rare.
Very rare. All right. Yes or no? Do you remember who the source of that reporting was?
No, not specifically, no.
Just revisiting, please, John Dine's arrest. And you told us earlier about learning points that were discussed amongst the UCOs and management. Can you remember if there were any lessons learned from his arrest?
No, I don't really recall. I think it was regarded as a, rather special, very highly unusual incident. And again, it was reinforced to us that you don't put yourself in a position where you're going to get arrested.
Can you remember whether he was punished or disciplined or subjected to any other sort of action for putting himself in that position?
No, not at all.
No, you can't remember, or no, it didn't happen?
No, I can't remember anything at all on what you're saying there about discipline or sanction or whatever, no.
Gisted in Trevor Morris's witness statement. He says about you that you suffered in your deployment and that you collapsed in the field and you had to be withdrawn. Is that right?
No, it's not.
Did anything like that happen to you?
No,
whilst you were
absolutely
deployed?
nothing at all.
And just revisiting finally the caravan in Skegness, and I think your evidence landed on there was one night where there was somebody else who shared the caravan with you.
That's right.
Is that a male or a female?
It was a female.
And were you concerned that that put you at risk of anything happening, sharing overnight accommodation with a female that you knew from your branch?
No, didn't concern me, or I don't believe concerned her.
Thank you, that's all I ask.
Mr. Sides.
So then maybe, can I just speak to Mr. Warrington?
Yeah, of course, yes.
Nothing I can pursue at the moment, sir. Thank you.
Yes. So that concludes all the evidence that we're going to hear today. I'm sorry you've had such a long day, but I suspect you would prefer to have a long day and not have to come back tomorrow to finish your evidence. You have finished it. You've been a great assistance to me. Thank you very much.
Thanks, sir.